Excellent.
check later. Thanks.
Good, good. Thanks.
Hi, Lon. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can hear you fine. How is my microphone? I have two other options.
It's a little bit muffled. If you want to try another one, let's test to see which one's better.
Does this work better?
I think this is better. Yeah. You can take video off as well. Thanks.
Oh, sorry. Now I can hear you. Just a sec. Sorry, I just turned up another volume. Can you speak again?
Can you hear me now? How's my
Yes.
volume? Okay, perfect. Thanks.
And my sound is fine?
Your sound is fine. Yeah, thanks.
Okay, great. Thanks.
Rosemary, it's Councillor Carr here. I can't seem to get the orange cone anywhere. This problem happened to me last time.
Okay,
Where
we'll
it
get
is.
IT to remote in a couple minutes.
Awesome. Thank you.
Matt, are you the only one presenting? Do I need to do another audio check with somebody else?
You did. Gail and Lon are giving introductory remarks, and then Lisa Bordeaux and Brad Vidal are also participating in the presentation, so you should do audio checks with them.
Okay, sounds good. Lisa, are you on the line? Can I do a quick audio check?
I am on the line.
Perfect.
Yeah. How do I sound?
Yeah, that sounds good. Brad, can we do an audio check?
Hi there, I'm online. Does this sound okay?
Yep, that sounds perfect. Thank you.
Great, thanks.
Councillors, I just wanted to remind you that you need to sign on as participating via WebEx. If you haven't done that, we're having trouble getting you on the live stream.
Rosemary, I thought you said via council chamber. So should I sign out again and then sign in again?
Yeah, you would have to select WebEx.
WebEx. Got
Yeah,
it. Okay.
all
I'm
councillors
gonna-
should be selecting WebEx, yes.
Thanks.
Councillor Carr, maybe I can use you to do a quick test, if that's possible.
Yes. Go ahead, Rosemary.
Keep talking.
Yeah, so I'll just keep talking. Yeah, I'm excited too, like Councillor Boyle. This is amazing. It's a lot of pages to read in a report, fabulous report. We've got a long speakers list. I'm looking forward to hearing from them. And I don't see myself up on WebEx, but perhaps that will happen soon.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Carr. Yeah, we're still working on it. Thanks. Good morning, Councillor Fry. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can.
Perfect. Can I get you to keep talking? Maybe talk about the weather today?
Sure thing. Well, it's rainy weather. I needed to get down to Little Jackson 5 and get myself in the mood today. So I had a little dance off with myself to the Jackson 5, which is what you do when you got to get it going. Am I right?
Thank you for that test. Yes.
You know, Pete.
Good morning,
Which song
Cedric.
was it though, Pete?
Oh, I did all the songs,
Oh, wow.
but I just ended up with I Want You Back.
Councillor Carr, I think I see you now. It's picking up your audio, so you can mute if you, possible. Thanks.
Oh, that's great, but my WebEx display or my council chamber display just went out. It was there, but now it's completely gone again, Rosemary.
Okay, we'll get Mass to connect to your PC.
Thanks.
Rosemary, Souter here. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can hear you just fine. Thanks.
Okay, great.
And you can see yourself now. For now.
Oh my gosh, so handsome.
Rosemary, I just minimized my screen and it appeared again, so let's just assume it's going to be okay.
Okay, sounds good. Thanks for letting me know.
Thanks.
Councillor Harwood, can I trouble you to do another check to make sure it's moving over to the live stream, your video? You just keep talking for about 5 seconds.
Check, 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 check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. How's that?
That's perfect. Thank you very much. Councillor
Great.
Carr, can you mute? Oh, I see you muted now. Thanks. Good morning, Councillor Genova. Can you hear me okay?
I can. Thanks, Rosemary.
Great. Your audio and video is good. Mayor Stewart, are you on the line?
Rosemary, I might give him a quick call to see if there's a problem.
Okay, great, thanks.
Rosemary, I'm not getting an answer.
The mayor has to restart his PC, so I'll just give him another minute.
Okay, perfect.
Good morning, Councilor Weeb. Can you hear me okay? Great, thank you. Good morning, Councilor Kubiang. Are you on the line?
I am. Good morning, Rosemary.
Great, thanks. I just have audio for now.
Pardon me?
I don't
Sorry?
have video. I just have audio from you.
Again. Okay. There we go.
Great, thank you.
Hey, Rosemary, do you have audio for me?
Yes, Councilor Weed, I do, and I can see video as well. That's perfect. Just to remind Council, we're all still piloting the video stream of Council speaking.
So they'll see the Benny's Bagels at a meeting?
Maybe so. Good morning, Councilor Dominato. Can you hear me okay?
Good morning, Rosemary.
Perfect.
You're making me hungry, Michael.
I know, I thought Benny's Bagels was done and now you can get them at Donald's.
Good morning, Councilor Bly. Can you hear me?
Rosemary, I can hear you, and I'll just be a few minutes before video because my computer needed to be restarted.
Great, thank you. Mayor Stewart, are you on the line yet?
Hi, Council. I think I'm here now. I just had to restart my computer. Apologies for that. Can you hear me okay, clerks?
Yes, Mayor Stewart, I can hear you fine and video is good.
Great. Okay, I'll just pull up my script there and away we go. Great. So good morning. Welcome to the Vancouver City Council meeting of Tuesday, November 3rd. This meeting is being convened by electronic means authorized under Ministerial Order M192, and we're all participating by phone this meeting. If my connection is lost during any portion of this meeting, we'll recess until my connection is restored. And if Council loses connections during voting processes, we will pause until you can get back online and participate fully. Video of council members speaking, presentations, and vote results will be projected to viewers when available. Council are also reminded to make sure your video is enabled so that video of council speaking can be projected on the live stream. We also acknowledge we're on the unceded traditional territories of Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh people, and thank them for their generosity to all who live on these lands. Also want to thank all our amazing staff at the city who do so much work every day to keep us rolling along, even during COVID. So clerk, can we have the roll call, please?
Mayor Stewart is in the chair. Councillor Carr.
Here.
Councillor DeGenova.
Present.
Councillor Fry.
Here.
Councillor Swanson.
Here.
Councillor Hardwick.
Present.
Councillor Wiebe. Councillor Wiebe.
Present.
Councillor Boyle.
Present.
Councillor Dominato.
Present.
Councillor Bly.
Present.
Councillor Kirby-Young.
Present.
You have quorum, Mayor Stewart.
Great, thanks so much. So the plan for today, first, the public is strongly urged to listen to proceedings via our website or YouTube link, and to follow along on Twitter at VanCityClerk for updates on the progress of the meeting. Any comments on agenda items can be sent to council using the web form on the city's website. The link to that form is tweeted out at VanCityClerk. Today we have 2 presentations, 3 staff reports, and 8 referral reports, if not adopted on consent, 1 bylaw, 1 administrative motion, 1 member's motion. Then, of course, we have notice of council members' motions, new business, inquiries, and other matters. Well, I'm hearing a bit of background noise, so if folks could mute, that would be great. Plan for the day is to proceed with council business, break at noon for lunch, and then we'll go in camera between 1 and 2:30. We'll come back at 2:30 to deal with presentation 2 and remainder of the agenda. Note that the presentation 2 has a hard start of 2:30 p.m. Should we not complete the items listed on the agenda, the meeting will reconvene on Thursday, November 5th at 3 p.m. And we must recess today by 3:30 p.m. as a court of revision. Local improvements is slated to start at 4 p.m. So, so I suggest we vary the agenda before we recess for lunch to deal with new business and items, notice of council member motions, if that's the will of council. Okay, so in camera, council is required to meet in council camera later this week. The reasons and authority under the Vancouver Charter are listed on the agenda. Would someone like to move a motion to go into camera?
So moved. Councillor DeGenova.
Thanks very much, Seconder. Do I have a seconder?
Councillor Boyle.
Thanks, Councillor Boyle. All in favor say yay.
Yay.
Opposed say nay. Great. Okay, thanks very much. That motion carries unanimously. We're going to go through minutes now. Minutes 1 are the minutes of the council meeting of October 7th, 8th, 15th. Any corrections? Someone like to move adoption, please?
Carr. Second Hardwick.
Thank you. All in favor say yay.
Yay.
Yay. Opposed nay. Thanks very much. That's passed. Again, I am hearing some background noise, so if everybody could just check to make sure they're muted, that would be great. Minutes 2 are the minutes of the council meeting of October 20th. Any corrections? And you can just indicate that verbally. Someone move.
Move Hardwick.
Thank you.
Second. Carr.
Thank you. All in favor, yay.
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 Opposed, nay. Great, that's approved unanimously. Minutes 3 are the council meeting minutes of October 6th, 13th, 20, and 21st. Any corrections?
Move adoption.
Thank you. Councillor DeGenova, seconder.
Hardwick.
Second.
Thank you. All in favor say hey. Yay.
Yay.
A.
Sorry.
Hey.
all opposed say nay. That is passed. Thanks so
That
much.
was the test.
Yeah. Hey. Okay. Okay, now we're going to matters adopted on consent, and just let me get my agenda out here, council, so I can check off items if they're held. Okay, so we have reports 1 and 2 and referral reports 1 to 8 on the consent agenda for consideration. Report 3 has a different resolution to be adopted due to a conflict with Councillor Kirby-Yung, and that report will not be included on the consent agenda for this reason. So, so council may move to adopt the recommendations right. Okay, so if anybody would like to hold, I've got Councillor DeGenova.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to hold R2 for questions to staff, please. Report number 2.
Report number 2. Okay. Great. Thanks very much. Anybody else? Okay, so can I have a motion to...
So moved. Councillor DeGenova.
Thank you.
Second, Carr.
Okay, all in favor say yay.
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 Opposed, nay. Sorry, I didn't ask for the conflict before. I don't hear any, so that's been approved unanimously then. Okay. Clerks, if you just help me through this, I'm going to go through the list of things that have been adopted. So we've had report 1, which is updating the focus of the Greenest City Fund program and renewing Greenest City neighborhood small grant relationship with the Vancouver Foundation. Report 2 has been held by Councillor DeGenova. Report 3, that is also not passed on consent. Is that correct, clerks?
Yes, that is correct, Mayor Stewart.
Okay, so then we have referral reports. Yes, so referral reports 1 to 8, the CD1 rezoning on Garden Drive, the CD1 rezoning on East 56th Avenue, the CD1 rezoning on Fraser Street, the rezoning on West 32nd Avenue, CD1 rezoning on West 70th Avenue, the CD1 rezoning on East 6th Avenue, updated zoning regulations for zero emissions residential buildings, and amendment to the rental stock official development plan. I think that's it in terms of consent. Okay, so now we're on to presentations. 2 presentations today. Our presentation is the Climate Emergency Action Plan. We have Gil Kelly, GM of Planning, to introduce the report, followed by Matt Horn from the Sustainability Group. And I believe it's a fairly lengthy presentation, Council. So we'll turn it over to staff now.
Well, good morning, Mayor and Council. This is Gil Kelly, General Manager for Planning, Urban Design, and Sustainability. Emphasis on that last piece of the title for today's presentation. I'm going to make some brief introductory remarks and then introduce my colleague, GM of Engineering, Lon LeClaire, in just a few moments. We are very excited to bring you this Climate Emergency Action Plan today. This has been the product of a council initiative and of a lot of hard work by many departments and consultation with the public to bring you this roadmap for how we actually meet our climate reduction targets for GHGs. In particular, that's the focus of this work, as opposed to the larger Greenest City Action Plan. So I wanted just to begin by acknowledging the work, the superlative work, really, of Doug Smith, of Matt Horn, of Brad Bedell, Lisa Bordeaux, others in the Sustainability Group, but also those folks in other departments, including engineering, real estate and facilities management, finance, and DBL, as well as others in planning who've all contributed to this. So a shout out to those folks today who really accelerated their work here to meet this climate emergency. And we hope the recommendations here, which are ambitious, will get council nod of approval, and we'll continue to move forward after today to refine those and to including the financial aspects of many of these ambitious work program items. But today we're going to present you a very clear roadmap. I wanted to just remind council and the listeners and viewing audience today that this results from not only a tradition in Vancouver of environmental sustainability, but of a signature initiative on the part of this council, which was in January of 2019, declaring a state of a climate emergency, really accelerating our goals to meet targets for climate response and GHG reduction in particular to a much earlier date than had been the sort of global thinking prior to this last year or so. This followed 2 months after another key initiative on the part of this council, which was to initiate a citywide plan, the first really for Vancouver, now called the Vancouver Plan. And it's really good to see that these two initiatives, as well as others, are really coming together in terms of a common platform for strategies around transformational change for Vancouver over the next several decades in terms of the Vancouver Plan. So in January of 2019, you did pass this motion declaring a climate emergency, and you asked staff, because of the urgent nature, to come back within 90 days, which we did in April of 2019, to set specific targets and goals around the climate emergency and those advanced imperatives for meeting climate change goals. And so we did that in April, and that served as the work program for us to carry out. And we've done that, and today we're providing you with a very detailed action plan to get back on track for meeting those initiatives. And we've done that through, as you recall, articulating 6 big moves, as well as a number of other change-making actions that were already in motion. And those have really been all consolidated into this, but again, formatted around those six big moves. So we've done a number of council briefings and updates in the interim time since that April 2019 date, including a detailed memo on financial implications that you received recently. Again, this is really a building block, a key foundational piece for the Vancouver Plan, and will be integrated into that work as it touches all kinds of things around the economy, neighborhood form, adaptation to sea level rise, changes in the shoreline, all kinds of work where this will be really important work to inform that, including the transportation and the utility sector, which my colleague will talk about in a moment. I would say that we did not anticipate, of course, there would be a pandemic occurring in the middle of this. And the pandemic, I think, has actually served to focus and accelerate our work on this because we have been hit with a major shock and stressor in the community here. And if anything, the climate emergency will be much greater than the COVID impact has been, and much longer lasting. And so just getting in that frame of mind to think through COVID and think about what does it mean to have long-term resiliency in the community here has been in many ways a very interesting parallel mindset that has influenced our work on the dire emergency around climate that sometimes takes a little bit of a backseat during the COVID crisis. And when we think about this, this is something that we and other cities and nations around the world really must do, this kind of action that's articulated here. We really don't have a choice when you think about the climate implications of what's occurring now. But it's also something we can do, and it personally, to me, gives me great hope that this is something we must and can do, and that not only is it to avoid bad things from occurring, but actually has the embedded benefits for Vancouver and for society at large around cost savings, more affordability, of healthier living, as well as healthier biophilic systems and nature, So while we are focused here on GHG reduction, the principal source of the climate emergency, the co-benefits are very broad in this if we get it right. So I just wanted to paint that kind of hopeful frame around this work. Despite its ambitious nature, it's something we must do and that we will benefit from. So just laying that out and really thanking Council for your initiative in this regard very early in your term, again, right alongside the Vancouver plan within which it will nest. We will follow this work today by detailing out more and more of these actions in more detail. Not adding actions, but detailing these out, including their financial implications. And we'll be returning to those periodically as they develop to Council. And as I said, further embellishing them and integrating them into other work within the Vancouver plan. So again, I wanted to just acknowledge the multiple departments and stakeholders in the community at large who have been involved in this work. It's very, very inspiring to see everyone put their shoulder to the wheel, so to speak, and make this happen. Really, really positive energy across the board. And in that regard, as I've mentioned, real estate and facilities management, finance, DBL, building official have all been key partners, but probably no important partner than engineering. And so I wanted at this moment to turn it over to my colleague, Lon LeClaire, who's going to give his perspective on this and his own commitment to this work. So thank you very much. And Lon, take it on.
Sorry, point of information or point of order, Mayor Stewart.
Yep, go ahead.
I'm still working with legal on what parts of the report I might be in conflict as a director of Easy Park, and I'm still haven't got clarification. So I'm going to listen to the report on the public feed and stay away from this component of it until I have clarification on when and where I should be involved in this discussion and debate.
Okay, I think that's that would abide by all the terms of conflict, but I would advise you to stay probably out for the whole thing until you have that clarification.
I will. Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay. Good to go.
Sorry, Rosemary, can you put me into the side chambers before Lon sets up?
Yes, we'll do that.
Thank you.
Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Gil. Yes, the report before you represents a really big move for transportation in the city of Vancouver, perhaps one of the biggest. And if I think back to the big decisions that the city of Vancouver has made, the decision to not build freeways, or at least not continue building them, if you consider the viaducts the first phase of a freeway network. At a time when cities around the world were building complete freeway networks to serve city centers, but also a big move in 1997 with the adoption of the 1997 City of Vancouver Transportation Plan that put walking at the top of the priority and single occupant personal vehicles at the bottom, and committed to not extend the arterial road network. And although at that point we had already made the decision not to build freeways, and the arterial road network was largely built out, publicly stating that we would not accommodate any more growth in auto, and that all growth would be accommodated on walk, bike, and transit was a really big move at the time. And this report represents, I would say, the next big move. And I would also note, as Gil mentioned, in the absence of a climate emergency, this is the right direction for transportation. Most of the recommendations in this report not only deal with the emissions, but also the problem that is traffic. And in the scenario where all vehicles were electric, a traffic jam is a traffic jam, and it's not good. It's not good for the city. It's not good for the economy. And so we would put forward that the recommendation in this report represents the best chance we have to manage congestion, improve safety, and support a growing and prosperous economy in a strong business environment. Across the world, we look at better ideas, how to move more people with less congestion, and we feel this puts that proposal in front of you. And while the transportation priorities remain the same. I would say the big difference in this plan is that equity is at the forefront. It proposes transforming our existing inequitable system into a much more equitable one. In this report, you'll see much in the way of promotion, pricing, enabling as a way to get more of our trips on a weekly basis or a monthly basis out of car and onto foot, bike, or walk. But we need to ensure that switching those trips, that those options are actually attractive options. And that in the case of transit, that there's the capacity there to be able to accommodate those trips. For the city, that means the continued investment in walking and cycling infrastructure. And council has, and it's actually very consistent with a lot of council direction related to eliminating parking minimums across the city, reallocating 11% of the road space away from auto, traffic calming in neighborhoods and school and transportation safety around schools, and most recently, closing the gap in the accessible pedestrian network with the Travel Bridge Connector. But for the region, this means a massive investment in transit. We've had I would say, a fortunate situation in the last 20 years that we've actually had more people wanting to take transit than is space available on the system. So generally, that's something referred to as latent demand. And even today, in the unusual circumstance of COVID-19, we see pass-ups on the system across the system due to the physical distancing requirements, even though the same number of vehicles out there. And people are being asked to avoid travel during rush hours. And so because we have this big interest from our public residents to take transit, we actually see a big jump in transit ridership every time we deliver a big increase in capacity. We saw this with the opening of the Canada Line in 2009, system-wide massive jump in ridership. In the last few years, as TransLink's rolled out additional capacity across the region with new trains and buses, basically delivering record-breaking ridership each year, right up until the record-breaking year of 2019. And even in January of 2020, launching the bus routes on Hastings and 41st Avenue saw immediate pickup, very popular services. However, adding more buses and trains can have a limit, and we reached that ceiling on Broadway about 10 years ago. Without any ability to add more buses to Broadway, we've stalled transit growth on Broadway for the past 10 years. That will continue actually as we build the SkyTrain extension on Broadway. But then in 2025, overnight, we will be able to accommodate twice as many trips to Central Broadway, and that should bring it much more in alignment with what we see in the downtown core. And our updated ridership forecasts actually show that in 2025, when that system opens, west of Arbutus, our buses will be at capacity on day one and not be able to grow. So it is important that we continue to do the expansion. TransLink staff have concluded the only way to solve this problem west of Arbutus is to extend the SkyTrain. So while this report identifies the actions required from the City of Vancouver, I do want to emphasize that meeting the 2030 target cannot be achieved by the city alone. That significant investment in transit across the region requires a big commitment from the region and senior governments. And with those opening remarks, I'll just pass it over to Matt.
Thank you, Lon, and thank you, Gil. Good morning, Mayor and Council. So my name is Matt Horn. I'm the Climate Policy Manager with the city. I'm going to run through the first portion of this deck. If we could move to the next slide. So here's the agenda we're going to run through. I will start with just a little bit of additional context. I'll walk through the process we followed to develop the Climate Emergency Action Plan. I'll give then an overview of the actions. I'll turn it over to my colleague, Lisa Bordeaux, to walk through our recommended approach to account for equity in the plan. And then Brad Bedell will walk through our financial approach. I'll then close with a summary of our recommendations and just a quick sort of discussion of sort of where we would be headed in next steps if you're supported with this work. Next slide, please. So Gil touched on the longer context, I think, quite well, and also sort of just the degree to which COVID-19 has been framing our thinking around this work. The one point I'll reiterate, so when you declared the climate emergency in early 2019, This work really has been building since then. It's been building on past work the city has done on climate action stretching back into the 90s. So the Climate Emergency Action Plan it's a milestone. It's clearly an important milestone, and it provides that roadmap towards our 2030 targets. If you're supportive of this roadmap, we'll move on to implementation in 2021 and the additional analysis and engagement that will be needed to develop the details of those individual pieces. So go to the next slide, please. This is just showing a bit of context on sort of how we've been doing. So the gray bars represent citywide carbon pollution in Vancouver from buildings, transportation, and waste. And over the last decade, you can see that modest decline, about 9% reduction in emissions. So we're starting to move in the right direction. I think that's a positive to take away from that. If you compare that to our 2030 targets, we're not moving fast enough, and we need to accelerate our progress if we're going to get on track with those targets. And that really, in its essence, is what the Climate Emergency Action Plan is proposed to do, is transition us from that white line to the dotted yellow line and put ourselves squarely on track to those 2030 targets. Next slide, please. This just gives you a quick snapshot of where carbon pollution is coming from in the city of Vancouver. So the biggest source is from our buildings and burning natural gas in our buildings, so a little over 50%. The next big chunk is from our transportation networks and burning gas and diesel in our vehicles. We also have sort of small slices from waste and electricity. You can look at that makeup and I think understand pretty quickly why the predominant focus of the Climate Emergency Action Plan is on buildings and transportation and helping the city transition off of fossil fuels in those key sectors. Next slide, please. This is sort of oriented to the scope of the Climate Emergency Action Plan. So as Gil mentioned, in the Climate Emergency Response Report in April 2019, there were 6 objectives or 6 big moves set to frame the city's ambition around responding to the climate emergency. The Climate Emergency Action Plan includes the detailed actions for 4 of those. So the work around active transportation and transit, zero emission vehicles, zero emission space and hot water heating, and low carbon construction materials. Big Move 1, which is a walkable complete neighborhoods, is still really core to what we need to do to be successful on climate change. Because of the high degree of overlap with housing and land use and the Vancouver Plan, you'll be seeing that work reported back to council through the Vancouver Plan process. And finally, Big Move 6 is focused on restored coasts and forests and helping the city figure out our role in the transition to negative emissions in the second half of the century. We have not been able to advance that work as fast as we hoped, and we were reporting back in 2021 on that work. It's also just, I think, important to mention the Climate Emergency Action Plan does outline complementary work the city is doing on climate that we're not bringing forward to action at this time and won't be going into detail in this presentation. So examples would include Zero Waste 2040 and the work we're doing with the film sector to help them transition off of fossil fuels. So I got a couple slides here to summarize the process we've worked through to develop the Climate Emergency Action Plan. You can go to the next slide, please. This just speaks to sort of the mix of inputs we've been trying to sort of use throughout this process. So our engagement process, which I'll speak to in more detail on the subsequent slide, and making sure we're sort of collecting and understanding and weighing that input. We've been doing technical analysis on the various options being considered, also looking at the anticipated environmental implications and the financial implications, both in terms of the implications for the city's budget and also for residents and businesses across the city. So we're trying to combine all of those different inputs together into what we're presenting to you today. Next slide, please. So this is just sort of a snapshot of the different channels or approaches we've used on engagement to help build this plan. So starting last year, we were working on internal and external stakeholder engagement, in particular with Metro Vancouver, the province, BC Hydro, and Fortis, given their key roles they play in this work. In February of this year, we started our public engagement process that was put on hold in March because of the onset of the pandemic, and then we were able to restart that in May. So we have both sort of a pre-pandemic and during pandemic window of input to that public engagement process. We ran or commissioned a representative survey of Vancouver residents just to understand what a representative sample, their input would look like relative to what we were collecting through the public engagement process. Prior to the onset of the pandemic, we had an outreach team working to raise awareness about the plan and opportunities to engage in it. And then we also established, as per your direction in the Climate Emergency Declaration, a climate and equity working group that we worked with through the first half of this year to help guide and advise on the development of this plan. Next slide, please. Excuse me. This is showing a snapshot of the input we received through the public engagement process. So each of the bars is representing one of the actions that was tested through the engagement process. The darker yellow is showing where residents were comfortable with an action. The lighter yellow was a neutral reaction, and the gray was representing they were uncomfortable with the action. So you can see across the board here, we're looking at sort of a pretty good base of comfort with these proposed actions. So if you look at comfort combined, the sort of neutral reactions, they range from about 70% up to about 85%. I think that lines up pretty well with what we consistently see as high levels of public concern around climate in Vancouver and a desire for our governments to be doing more to address the challenge. 2 points of note on this. As I mentioned, we compared with a representative sample of Vancouver residents, quite consistent between that representative sample and what we were receiving through the public engagement process. We also looked at the results pre-pandemic and during pandemic, and again, very little difference. So obviously the pandemic has touched on many things. Residents' desire to see action on climate change was not influenced dramatically by the onset of the pandemic. Next slide, please. So I'm going to just give an overview of the actions now and just to structure how we set them up. We'll go sort of big move by big move, and within each of those, we have a package of actions that we think put us on track for the targets. The actions that are comprise a mix of really clear signals that are there to indicate where we are trying to transition as a city, but also strong supportive measures. So we're there with residents and businesses to help in that transition. Within each of the action areas, we have highlighted what we're calling a game changer action. And the reason for that is that there are 4 that are, I think, particularly important in terms of their ability to address and reduce carbon pollution in the city. So you go to the next slide, please. Let's start with Big Move 2, which is focused on active transportation and transit. And the objective here is by 2030, 2/3 of our trips would be by walking, rolling, cycling, and transit. And if we're going to be successful with that objective, ultimately it will mean more of our road space dedicated towards walking, rolling, cycling, and transit. So those are safer and more viable options for more people. If you go to the next slide, the game changer action here is to implement transport pricing in the Metro core, sometimes referred to as mobility or congestion pricing. The general concept being that drivers would be charged per trip into the Metro core with the objective of encouraging them to choose active transportation and transit. Transport pricing isn't just about active transportation and transit, though. The people that need to drive also benefit based on a review of other systems because there is reduced congestion and faster and more reliable travel times, again, for the people that need to drive. I really want to emphasize that the proposed start time for transport pricing is 2025. That's important for 2 reasons. At first, it gives us time to improve the walk, roll, cycle, and transit options so those become safer and more viable options for more people. A couple examples would be completion of the Broadway line, which is anticipated for 2025, and as proposed in this plan would be 5 new transit priority corridors, which would improve bus speed and reliability. It also gives us time to do further research analysis and to better understand business residents and needs, so that when we do come back with sort of the details of the design system, we have a system that's designed that meets those resident and business needs, in particular one that doesn't burden people with less financial means who rely on cars to access jobs and services. A final point to make on transport pricing is that we're proposing it as a Vancouver test-bed approach that will allow us to move to a region-wide approach over time. We think that the Metro core is an appropriate starting scale because all other regions in the world that have successfully implemented mobility or congestion pricing have initially focused on a similar scaled city center area. One of the things we've learned from those other transport pricing or mobility pricing systems is that a core to success is having those robust set of options to choose walking, cycling, and transit. And if you go to the next slide, you'll see there are a number of actions in the Climate Emergency Action Plan designed to improve those options for people over the next 5 years. So examples would include improving our sidewalks so they're safer and less of a barrier to people with mobility challenges, addressing gaps in the cycling network so there's safe options to travel throughout the city, and dedicating more road space for buses which again will improve their speed and reliability. We also want to be working with schools and employers to help more people choose walking, cycling, and transit as their modes of transportation. If you go to the next slide, please. There's two important parking-related actions that we also want to mention. The first is to remove parking minimums except for accessibility stalls, and also to implement parking maximums in new developments. So this will allow for buildings with less parking that can be built at lower cost, and also allow for more focus on sustainable transportation options in those new buildings. Closely linked with that is a recommendation to implement residential parking permits on a citywide basis. Currently, only about 10% of our residential streets have parking permits, and we're proposing to change that to be citywide. The change will allow us to better manage curb space, to start to reflect the value of that public space, and will also support our objective of allocating some of that space for other uses, such as wider sidewalks, parklets, patios, and bike lanes. The move to parking permits on a citywide basis is also an important enabler of one of the key actions to accelerate our transition to electric vehicles, which I'll touch on momentarily. So I think we're placing a high priority on active transportation and transit. We recognize that many people need to drive, and that need will continue. So to ensure that those driving trips are consistent with our climate emergency objectives, the Climate Emergency Action Plan is endeavoring to accelerate the transition to zero-emission vehicles. So the game changer action here, if you go to the next slide, is to implement a carbon pollution surcharge on those residential parking permits. The way we're proposing this would work was that surcharge would apply to new higher-end vehicles and would account for the carbon intensity of that new higher-end vehicle. So we think it's reasonable if someone has the means of purchasing a new, more expensive vehicle, that it's reasonable to set a higher expectation that it be an electric vehicle. If someone is driving an older vehicle or purchasing a lower cost new vehicle, the surcharge would not apply. We know from our own experience and experience in other jurisdictions that if we're going to be successful in that transition to electric vehicles, we need a robust charging network. So if you go to the next slide, there's three actions here we're proposing to support with this. The first is on it's continuing to expand the public charging network, particularly in areas of the city without good access to home charging. One thing to note is we're expanding the public charging network. That work will be coordinated and integrated with other curbside electrification projects we're doing to provide power for other uses such as film, food trucks, e-bikes, digital ads, and 5G. The next action is around increasing EV charging on private property. Three specific elements to this. One would be increasing our EV readiness requirements in new non-residential buildings. One would be providing more support for rental buildings to provide home charging for electric vehicles, which has been a gap in provincial programs to date. And finally is using our business licensing authorities to encourage gas stations and parking lots to install EV charging. And then the final action is around supporting charging in passenger fleets, such as car share vehicles, taxis, ride-hailing vehicles. And it's just a recognition that with those vehicles in particular, driving more kilometers per year than your average private vehicle, we get more bang for our buck in terms of a more rapid transition to electric vehicles in those vehicles particularly. If you go to the next slide, please. Transition to buildings here, and Big Move 4 is focused on zero emission space and water heating. The focus or the objective being to cut carbon pollution from our buildings by 50% by 2030. Three main solutions we're targeting here in existing buildings. One is building electrification. Heat pumps in particular represent a really key solution in the building space that also provide cooling in the summer to those buildings. The second is improvement in energy efficiency so that we're wasting less energy and spending less on energy in our buildings. And the third is the transition to different forms of renewable gas so that the gas grid, and working with Fortis, is moving away from fossil forms of gas towards renewable gas, and we're cleaning up the gas grid. If you go to the next slide, please, the game changer action here is to set carbon pollution limits and streamline regulations for existing buildings. So in many ways, this is an extension of what we're already doing for new buildings where we have those carbon pollution limits for a new building that's being built. This would be extending that approach into existing buildings. The first of those we're proposing would come into force in 2025 and decline in 5-year increments going forward in line with our objectives. The initial carbon limits would be modest to give building owners time to adjust. And we're recommending this approach really because it maximizes flexibility for owners to pick the solutions that work for their buildings. We're recommending that the first carbon limits be applied for large commercial and retail buildings and also for detached homes. We're not recommending carbon pollution limits for rental and non-market housing, particularly because of a concern that it could exacerbate risks around renovictions. It's just the one piece I'll mention here is just it's important to highlight that streamlined regulations part of this and streamlining our processes. And a really good example would be heat pumps. That's a key solution we've identified, and we know our processes need to be simpler if we want building owners and managers to adopt that at scale. And that's work we're doing, again, to sort of make that a simpler option and get out of the way of owners and managers that want to make these transitions. If you go to the next slide, it's sort of consistent with the earlier remark I made in terms of really trying to, in concert with those carbon pollution limits, emphasize the support we've been providing for owners in this transition. So the first is building industry capacity, and we know with our experience with new construction, we need to build up that capacity in terms of the trades, in terms of the suppliers, so that when someone goes to switch to a heat pump or do an energy efficiency retrofit, there are good quality trades readily available that can do high quality work and make sure that that gets done on a timely basis. We also want to support early owner action. And again, the carbon limits would be in place with that clear signal for the future. But we want those changes to happen as soon as possible. And a good example here would be the incentives we've been providing and are proposing to continue providing in concert with the provincial government and their Clean BC incentives, so that we're there, again, helping to get over some of those initial costs of some of these technologies, especially as the supply chains continue to build on them. And the third there is facilitating access to renewable energy. This is speaking to work we'll be doing with BC Hydro, with FortisBC, private district energy systems in the city, and our own neighbored energy utilities, so that when residents and businesses want to switch to renewable energy, there's both timely and cost-effective access to that renewable energy to enable that switch. If you can go to the next slide, please. So this is Big Move 5. It's focused on low carbon materials and construction practices. It's very much focused on new developments. The types of solutions we're targeting here would include lower carbon blends of concrete, using more natural materials such as wood and mass timber in construction. Less parking in a new building would allow you to have less embodied carbon in it. Also less waste at a construction site, and more recycled materials are also good examples of how we can bring down the carbon in construction materials and practices. If you go to the next slide, please. The game changer action here is to set those requirements for new buildings to use low carbon materials and construction practices. Similar to our approach we've taken on new buildings with their use of fossil fuels, we want to be taking a performance-based approach here. We'll be setting those limits for the environmental outcomes we're looking for, but leaving the choice of approaches up to developers to pick the approaches that makes the most sense for their developments. And again, the main sort of policy tools we'd be using here, similar to new construction, would be through the Green Building Policy for rezoning, and also the Vancouver Building Bylaw. If you go to the next slide, please. This similar package of actions here in support of those regulatory limits, again, to sort of help with innovative projects and get ahead of those regulated requirements. Support for the people building with low carbon materials, and that would include the designers, the trade, suppliers of those materials. Again, wanting to build up those supply chains and that expertise locally so that we're able to meet that demand for low carbon buildings. The second is to make it easier and less expensive to build with low carbon materials. So again, we know we have lots of people that want to do these types of projects. We've begun the work to identify the barriers we can remove to get out of the way of those projects, and also where we can be providing incentives to make them more attractive for developers to build. And finally, the last one is around aligning with complementary strategies and actions and trying to make sure that the work where we're encouraging this move towards low carbon materials and construction practices is consistent across city strategies. So the work we're doing on parking and encouraging low parking buildings would be a good example. The work we're doing through the Zero Waste 2040 strategy would be another example, where if we can get more recycled materials, less waste and materials, all can help achieve those outcomes. Next slide, please. So the previous slides, I focused quite heavily on the City of Vancouver's role in this transition. We really want to emphasize that this, to be successful, does need to be a partnership across sort of multiple entities. And we've highlighted there federal and provincial governments, Metro Vancouver, TransLink, BC Hydro, and Fortis as really key partners in that transition. There are many more if we're going to be successful. Next slide, please. We commissioned a Sustainability Solutions Group and What If Technologies to forecast the impact of the actions in the Climate Emergency Action Plan. So we'll just have a snapshot of the results here. The solid black line is showing our historical citywide carbon pollution, and the solid green line is showing our 2030 target. The dotted black line is showing what the forecast would be if we didn't implement new climate policies. So we continue to see a modest decline, but still a significant gap relative to our 2030 targets. The dotted white line surrounded by the blue band, that shows if we implement the Climate Emergency Action Plan, but not in partnership with key partners such as the province and their Clean BC plan. So we have a steeper curve as a result of that, but we still have a gap relative to our targets. The last line will be the dotted white line surrounded by the red band. That's showing implementation of the Climate Emergency Action Plan in combination with the province's Clean BC plan. And so that's, of the scenarios we looked at, the only one that gets to our target. So I guess it's encouraging from the perspective that we think we have a defensible pathway to our target. It is also a little daunting, and that pathway is very narrow. We don't have the luxury of picking and choosing actions. If we want to achieve that target, we do have to move forward with them ambitiously as a package, and also working very closely with those key partners to make sure they're using the tools they have available to them to move in a similar direction. Next slide, please. The modeling work also looked at the financial implications for residents and businesses. And this is different from the work Brad will present in a couple of minutes, focused on the implications for the city's budget. This is financial implications for residents and businesses because of this transition. So the yellow bar there is showing the total investment needed. So investments in things like improvements in energy efficiency, heat pump investments, investments in electric vehicles. So that those investments from residents and businesses over the next 10 years would add up to $1.3 billion in investments. The good news is we see significant savings associated with those investments, and also the behavioral changes that are associated with the plan. So people walking, cycling, and taking transit more have lower transportation costs. Electric vehicles have lower operating energy costs. Across the full range of these investments, we're looking at less expenditure on energy, less expenditure on carbon tax. Those are all savings that Vancouver residents can realize. The total savings from those 10 years of investments would be $2.2 billion, so roughly a net $1 billion in savings. So we think that's a pretty positive story in terms of what this transition can point to. We don't want to diminish that $1.3 billion. It's a significant investment, and you'll see a number of actions in the plan that are really targeted at bringing down those costs. We haven't included estimates of those in the modeling to date, but work around capacity buildings with trades in the city, work to remove barriers from city processes in building transitions, all helps us bring down that yellow bar so that we can improve this cost calculation over time. Next slide, please. And then I think this is the last one for me before turning over to Lisa. We have focused the plan very much on meeting carbon targets and putting a strong equity lens on that work. The benefits are broader than that, as Gil spoke to at the beginning. So I just spoke to the financial savings we think we can achieve with this. Through the Greener City Action Plan, we've opened up many economic opportunities for the city. We see similar opportunities with if we move forward with the Climate Emergency Action Plan, and also really important health benefits. So more active transportation leads to health benefits. Reduced indoor and outdoor air pollution also leads to health benefits that are a benefit to the entire city. Next slide, please. And I will turn it over to Lisa.
Thanks, Matt. Good morning, Mayor and Council. I'm Lisa Brito, Senior Sustainability Specialist with the Sustainability Group. And I had the pleasure of setting up and working with the Climate and Equity Working Group, which was part of Council's climate emergency motion to better ensure we integrate equity into our climate work. We know that climate change hits hardest those who are least responsible for it, which makes our action to reduce carbon part of a global equity necessity, which is important to remember that global scale equity aspect. But I'm here to speak to equity on a local scale, and specifically the Climate and Equity Working Group. The organizations and individuals on the screen joined us. Oh, sorry. Is that better for sound? So these are the Okay, so these are the organizations that were kind enough to join us for 6 2.5-hour workshops over 6 months. where we had themed discussions with staff who were writing the action plan. So the working group members provided their feedback based on the communities that they work with and their own lived experience. And it was a really rich source of feedback and discussion that was really important in shaping the plan. Some of the cross-cutting themes that staff heard in those workshops, I'll just touch on a few of them, which won't do justice to the wealth of feedback that we got, but some of the key ones were to always ask who bears the costs of any programs or policies we're implementing and to avoid burdening folks who are already struggling. So the affordability concern was very front of mind. Also to keep people with disabilities in mind and make sure that things are working for them so that they work for everybody, particularly with transportation and neighborhood design. And then a final one was that the sequencing of actions can be really critical to avoiding harmful impacts. And as Matt mentioned, these are bundles of actions that kind of work together as a system, and viewing it in that light is a really important consideration from an equity perspective. There is a recommendation in the report to reform and continue a climate and equity working group to inform implementation. We found it a really rich source of input into the work that we did, so we're excited to have that opportunity to continue it. And we want to thank the working group members for their generous contribution of time and input into this process. In addition to the Climate and Equity Working Group, to get further external wisdom and critique, we had some additional reviews done that I'll speak to briefly. We had the Canadian Centre for Policy Alternatives, who ran a climate justice project for several years, review the draft actions during the engagement phase to give us some high-level indication of areas of concern or potential opportunity for us to be mindful of. And then more recently, the Hua Foundation and the Toronto Environmental Alliance did detailed reviews of our draft action plan and provided a wealth of feedback that's been really useful to staff. A few examples, just to touch on quickly, of how all this equity input has influenced the plan from its initial phases to what's actually in front of council today. For building retrofits, so Big Move 4, the proposed plan, as Matt said, does not include applying carbon limits for rental buildings or non-market housing, and instead focuses on incentives and working with partners to identify pathways to improvements. And that adjustment was made due to the serious concerns we heard about rent evictions and displacement. And the carbon pollution surcharge on parking permits, again, was going to apply to all gas and diesel vehicles, but in the plan before you, it starts with only new vehicles over a certain purchase price where zero emission options exist. So again, trying not to burden folks who are already struggling, who might just be purchasing used vehicles or lower cost vehicles. And another example is a commitment was added to the plan to incorporate accessibility into public electric vehicle charging site design to facilitate access for people with mobility challenges, just in direct response to feedback we've heard about challenges there. So those are just a couple of examples to speak to how the plan shifted from where we started to the plan in front of you. Speaking generally to our approach on equity, we looked at minimizing burdens for those who are already struggling, coupled with having higher expectations for those who can afford it. And it's really important to emphasize that we aren't done. There's still work to be done in the implementation phase. We need to go deeper to, in some cases, better understand concerns of and potential impacts for particular communities. So in addition to the work each action will undertake as part of their implementation work, we've proposed developing a climate justice charter as a framework for doing this deeper work and shaping climate work at the city overall. And this was something that the Climate Equity Working Group was quite interested in. And this would include developing appropriate equity-related indicators to track our progress. So we don't currently have those in the plan. We're holding space for them. And the Climate Justice Charter would be the process through which we would develop those with community. And in the meantime, equity milestones have been identified for each action to ensure that the equity work continues while that charter is developed, and that we're held accountable in our reporting through that mechanism. And just in closing, important to reference the city is developing an equity framework, as you know, and that will be another really important part of integrating equity into all the work that's done at the city. And this more fundamental internal change was something noted as needed by the working group and Hua and the Toronto Environmental Alliance if we want to seriously address equity and racial justice. So our work on equity and climate action will happen within the the context of that forthcoming equity framework, as well as other important city policies like the reconciliation framework and the healthy city strategy and others. So just wanted to note that important context, and I will pass it over to Brad to speak to our financial approach.
Great, thanks, Lisa. Good morning, Mayor and Council. My name is Brad Bedelt. I'm the Assistant Director of Sustainability, and I'm going to be going through a few slides outlining the financial framework that supports the Climate Emergency Action Plan. Before I get into the numbers and the graphs, I wanted to just mention a couple of things. As you might recall, in April 2019, staff were directed to develop this strategy. And I want to note that it's a really important part of this plan. It's a level of rigor that a lot of climate plans in the past didn't have, that the Greenest City Action Plan didn't have. And it's something that cities, a number of cities are now exploring and looking at us for leadership on this piece. And the other one that I wanted to mention here before getting into the details is that this is meant as a roadmap. It's meant to guide us going forward. And while it's focused on city investment, we really tried to draw from the range of tools available to us as a city, so regulations, pricing, advocacy, and partnerships, as well as city investments. And we look specifically at how to maximize our leverage of funding from other levels of government, which I'll speak to shortly. So in terms of how we developed this framework, the first step was looking at the range of actions that Matt and Lisa have just walked through and costing out those actions over the next 5 years at the scale that they would need to be implemented at to hit our targets. And then we looked at overlaying the level of investment that the city currently provides for those actions to identify the gap. Next slide, please. So this slide here shows the required city investment over the next 5 years based on those cost estimates. You can see the number of 500 million over 5 years. A couple of things to point out on this slide. First off is that $500 million is not a level spend over the 5 years. We do see it as ramping up over time. That's in part to recognize that we are in a pandemic and that the spending would ramp up as we recover out of that pandemic. And secondly, just in recognition that at the staffing level, we can't in some cases simply hit the switch on these actions, that we will need to scale up over time. The second piece I wanted to point out on this is, as you can see, that the spend is broken down according to the big moves. Big move 2, which is the move focused on improving our walking, rolling, cycling, and transit networks in the city is the biggest city investment. It is also the area that offers the greatest financial savings for residents. So Matt spoke to the $1 billion in potential savings for residents and businesses. Walking, cycling, and transit, making that more convenient, more enjoyable for all, offers a huge savings opportunity for our residents. So I just wanted to highlight that piece and that trade-off, I would say, in terms of city investment and benefits and savings for the public. Next slide, please. This slide is showing the $500 million required investments. And on the top part, the orange part, is showing what we're calling the baseline spend. This is the spend that we currently have on these actions, and this is taken from the current capital plan. So if we projected out the current capital plan annual spend over the next 5 years, it would add up to around $270 million. So it's important to note here that we're not starting from scratch. We've been investing in this work for many years now, but it does still leave a funding gap, roughly $230 million additional spend beyond what we have been spending through our capital plan. I'll talk now about the approaches to close that gap. So in the report, there are 4 proposed approaches to close that funding gap. I'll briefly describe each of them here. The first one, using more cost-effective interim measures while achieving carbon outcomes. This one probably requires the most explanation. It's really most relevant to active transportation, to expanding our walking, cycling, and transit networks. The best examples would be cities around the world, including Vancouver, have done a lot of work to expand our walking, cycling, and transit networks during COVID. And we've done so using measures and treatments that would be more cost effective, paint, barriers, signage, rather than more holistic and permanent treatments. A similar example would be during the lead up to the 2010 Olympics, a number of walking and cycling routes were expanded and improved during that time and were later made permanent. That model could be used particularly in the next couple of years to continue expanding those active transportation networks, particularly while we're in this pandemic and early recovery period. The second one is using new revenue to fund climate emergency actions. the first thing to point out on this is none of the actions in the plan are in the plan to generate revenue. They're in the plan to reduce carbon pollution, to change behavior, but some of them will produce revenue. And the expanded parking permit program is a good example of that. It's a real opportunity to use that revenue to scale up actions within the climate action plan, and that's one of the recommendations in the report. The third one is around leveraging senior government and partner funding. This is work that we've been doing for years. Over the last couple of years, we have leveraged between $5 and $10 million a year from senior government for projects like the Richard Street Bikeway and the Neighborhood Energy Utility. There's a real opportunity with this plan in place to scale up that leverage, particularly with green stimulus funding already starting to flow. The fourth one is around prioritizing the Climate Emergency Action Plan in the next capital plan. To be clear, this is not about prioritizing above all others, but it is an opportunity for council to put forward climate as part of that core part of the next capital plan to close the funding gap. And next slide, please. So this slide here just pulls together those four approaches with our best estimates at this time as to how much each of those can contribute to closing the gap. It is a roadmap, and I would say it's best not to get hung up on the specific numbers, but I will speak to one in particular, the senior government partner funding. That's based on past performance. I think there's a real opportunity to get much more leverage happening with this plan in place, so I think we can do much better than the numbers shown on that. And last comment before I pass it back to Lisa is just to note that this is a roadmap, and we do intend to revisit it and to recalibrate it year after year as we move forward on this. Thank you, and I'll pass it back now to Matt to close this.
Great. Thanks, Brad and Lisa. So we're just put down here. We have a couple of slides just sort of summarizing the recommendations and clarifying next steps. So in the report in front of you today, there are 32 recommendations in total. Most of those sort of are actions that directly map on to the actions we've walked through as part of this. There are also 11 general recommendations that particularly sort of focus on the approach to equity and also the investment strategy that Brad just spoke to. Next slide, please. So yeah, as we mentioned at the beginning, it's a milestone in the city's climate emergency work. So we want to talk a little bit about what would come next if you're supportive of the next steps in this process. So go to the next slide, please. So we're there in sort of the 2020 column. So we're presenting the Climate Emergency Action Plan today. If you're supportive of the roadmap that it presents, 2021 will lead to a series of Climate Emergency Action Plan related council reports, also the associated analysis and engagement needed to work through the details of those reports before coming back to you with recommendations. 2021 would also see the first annual Climate Emergency Action Plan progress report. The details of how we'll be reporting out on that are laid out in the indicators framework that's detailed in the action plan. It would also coincide with the final Greener City Action Plan report, which is the wrap up on that 2010 through 2020 environmental action plan. Going forward from there, 2022 through 2024 would see additional policy reports and the associated engagement and analysis as laid out in the action plan, additional annual progress updates to make sure we're sort of keeping you up to date on how progress is unfolding. And also, as the Vancouver Plan continues to progress, we're going to sort of identify new opportunities, and we'll be incorporating those into the climate emergency work as appropriate. So those continue to be integrated going forward. And then finally, again, this is a 5-year plan to put us on track for our 2030 targets. Late in that 2022 to 2024 window, we'll need to be developing the second half of that plan. And ideally, that'll be a plan that is being designed to keep us on track for our targets to 2030. Next slide, please. So we just have a couple slides here highlighting some select reports in 2021. And this is to give you a sense of what would be coming back if you're supportive of this roadmap. So I'll touch there on start with big moves 2 and 3, which I walked through earlier. So reports on eliminating parking minimums except for accessibility needs in new developments. The first stage of the residential parking permits citywide would be coming back to council along with the first stage of the carbon pollution surcharges. And then we would also be proposing updates to our EV readiness standards for new non-residential buildings. Next slide, please. For big moves 4 and 5, two important milestones in 2021. The first would be the carbon pollution limits for large commercial buildings and detached homes. So we'll be coming back with the details of those and proposed changes to the Vancouver building bylaw. And then for Big Move 5 and the low carbon materials and construction practices, as I mentioned, the green building policy for rezoning would be sort of the first step in that strategy, with the planned updates incorporating the first targets for new construction to use lower carbon materials and construction practices. And then finally, we would be having an update on the restored coast and forest work, which would include a target for Vancouver to capture carbon in a broader progress update. Next slide, please. Just before, a couple sort of quick summary remarks here for me before we, and Gil also wanted to have a closing comment. We do think that the Climate Emergency Action Plan provides an effective and ambitious roadmap to meet our targets and do our fair share to tackle the climate crisis. Just reiterate that roadmap depends on us implementing these actions as a package and working in close collaboration with key partners such as the province, Metro Vancouver, TransLink, and our utilities. We've costed out the actions. We've shown how the city can afford them over the next 5 years. We've also done our best to apply an equity lens in developing the plan and are proposing to minimize burdens for those already struggling and setting higher expectations for those who can afford it. We also recognize that there's much more we need to do to fulsomely address equity going forward. The actions in the plan are forecast to result in a net savings of $1 billion for residents and businesses, and that's in addition to the health and economic benefits for our city. And if you're supportive of moving ahead with this roadmap, we'll have quite a bit more work to do on the details of implementation to make sure we're meeting the needs of our residents and businesses, and we'll be coming back to council with those details following additional engagement and analysis. And before we transition to questions, I really want to thank the many colleagues across the city that have been working on this initiative, and turn it over to Gil, who I believe had a closing comment as well.
Thank you very much, Matt. Again, Council, this is Gil Kelly, General Manager, Planning, Urban Design, and Sustainability. Just wanted to make 2 points at the end here before turning it back to Council. One is that it's important to advance all of these big moves, not just one or two, because without doing that, we won't get there. That said, each of these has phasing and gating requirements or milestones attached to each one. And so we will be consulting with residents and with businesses as we develop the specifics. And you'll see that in the report. I just wanted to remind you that there's a big continuing consultation effort here, but having clarity around this roadmap is going to help everyone in getting to the places we need to get to, which with each of these, and also with regard to Big Move 1, which is around the walkable neighborhoods. That's a core to advancing the upcoming work in the Vancouver plan, particularly with the Complete Communities, Complete Neighborhoods engagement that will begin later this month. And so we'll be advancing that work on Big Move 1, which was not really the focus of today's presentation. So wanted to let you know that. And finally, we touched on it a little bit in the presentation and in my opening remarks, but I wanted to come back to the importance here. While Matt and Brad have talked about sort of full accounting for this in terms of both initial upfront costs and partnerships to help shoulder that burden, but also long-term savings that will accrue from those initial investments. The other piece, though, is sort of a parallel accounting system, which, if you will, which is really growing the pie in terms of Vancouver's economic health more broadly. And if you look at these, many of these, if not all, have a potential stimulating effect on the local economy here in terms of growing jobs, in terms of enhancing innovation, university partners and business partners. And based on the work, Brian Buggy is on the line here who can also answer questions today if this comes up. But Brian has worked with us for several years now in piloting specific initiatives around green business, if you will. And based on the early results there and based on the research work that Chris Robertson's team has done on economic development policy, we think the potential here for business growth that taps into this climate emergency work in terms of spinning off new enterprises, new employment. That's not just about hiring engineers, but potentially a broader scale of skill sets and wage scales can really be a benefit to Vancouver over the long term. And I think Vancouver in that respect is actually poised to be a world leader in this regard. And so just wanted to note that there is an economic development aspect to all of this, which Vancouver is just really well positioned for. So with that, thank you, and I'll turn it back to Mayor and Council. Thanks again.
Thanks so much, everybody, for the presentation. We do have lots of speakers lined up for this today, Council. So this is a chance for you, though, to ask questions of staff. I've got Councillor Carr on for up to 5 minutes. But go ahead, Councillor Carr.
Yes, thanks, Mr. Mayor. If I could just ask through you to the city clerk, do we have speakers on the line right now, or are they have been called to be on the line, or no?
Clerks?
Through the mayor, yes, we do have some speakers on the line.
Okay, then I'll keep my questions brief. And just another question, will we have an opportunity to ask questions of staff after we've heard from speakers, not just through points of information, but an actual round of questions?
We could do that if we vary the procedures.
Great. Okay. Would you like a motion to that effect now or later?
It's sure if you want to do it now.
Okay. I'd like to move to vary the procedure to enable council to ask questions of staff following speakers on this item. Now and following speakers on this item.
Great. Thanks. Do we have a second?
Second. Kirbian.
Thanks very much.
Yeah,
We'll do
Councillor
yeas and,
Kirbian.
thanks. We'll do yeas and nays. All in favor say yay.
Yay. Yay.
Opposed,
Yay.
nay. Okay, so we've done that, Council. We have a second round of questions. Anything else, Councillor Carr?
No, I do have questions. Thank you. My first question is regarding the fact that I think it was the first slide where it showed we only reduced our carbon emissions in the city between 2007 and 2019 by 9%. And I believe our goal was 30% by 2020. So we missed our target. The federal government is missing its target. The provincial government is missing its target. I'm really worried we can't afford to miss our target. So what is the explanation for why we've missed our targets, and what can we do to ensure in this plan that we don't miss these targets, that we actually year after year reduce our emissions?
So, Councillor Carr, this is Doug Smith. I'm the Director of Sustainability. I'll be sort of the air traffic controller and passing the questions on to staff. We have a number of staff available to answer questions. So I'm going to pass this one to Matt Horn. If you could answer, please.
Yeah, thanks for the question. Maybe two sort of pieces to highlight there. One, like specific to our own targets. This was sort of through a window where we had the conservative federal government and really had nothing in the way of supportive federal policies in the early years of the Greener City Action Plan, and we actually had many counterproductive policies that were not moving us towards our goals. Overall, looking at like the emissions trends in the city, we made great progress on active transportation and transit. Overall, transportation emissions were relatively flat through that window, so we weren't doing enough to transition to electric vehicles through that period. And I think something that has changed quite significantly there is just the availability and the drops in costs on electric vehicles in the last 5 years. On buildings, we made great progress on new construction. We didn't make as much good progress as we had targeted on existing buildings. And I think you'll see in this action plan a number of actions really targeted at addressing that gap going forward.
Okay, good. So I have other questions that are actually good follow-ups from that. I believe we do need, and it's pointed out around finances, to work across jurisdictions. So let's say Metro, the British Columbia government, and the federal government. What would your priority ask be of each of those levels of government in terms of policy or funding?
Matt, do you want to take that question again?
Yeah, I'm happy to take that. I'm just sort of waiting for you to weigh in, Doug. So there is an appendix in the action plan that does speak to this, and I think one of the challenges with climate policy is that there's not sort of that panacea or silver bullet that solves it. So we've tried to sort of outline that range of partners and some of the key actions there. So if I were just to speak to a few of those, like with Metro Vancouver, they're working on their Climate 2050 plan right now. We're actively engaged with them, and we want to continue that work so that regional climate plan aligns as much as possible with where we're moving as a city. For the province, they already have their Clean BC provincial climate plan. Our work is very focused on encouraging them and working with them to implement that fulsomely. And that would include both on the regulatory side and the investments they've committed to making. TransLink, I think you asked about as well. They're in the process of developing a long-term plan. And again, we're actively working with them to make sure that provision of transit is closely aligned with where we're trying to move as a city. So those would be sort of at more of a planning stage. Federally, there are some pieces that are, I think, supportive from a policy perspective that help maybe raise the bar nationally. BC is probably already ahead of most of those bars in terms of provincial policy. So in terms of where there's direct support for Vancouver, probably comes more through the federal budget and some of the support they provide for transit and electric vehicle charging and things like that.
Great. That's great. That's my time. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. Councillor Bly, up to 5.
Thanks, Mayor. And thanks so much to staff for the presentation. I'm going to, in the interest of getting the speakers, just keep my questions specific to the transportation pricing aspect of the report. I'm curious from staff, what are the conversations that have been had with the Mayor's Council in Metro and TransLink thus far?
Thank you, Councillor Bly. I will pass that question over to Dale Bracewell from our transportation team.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Dale Bracewell, Manager of Transportation Planning. We have, firstly, we submitted a submission to TransLink as part of Transport 2050, as Matt Horn suggested, that this is something of interest, ultimately is being an opportunity for where Vancouver might be able to test out an idea of transport pricing that ultimately might be of benefit for the region to scale up as they continue their Transport 2050 process into 2021. And so we are also constantly sharing with TransLink. They have a new mobility committee, so providing updates as and when, and we provided TransLink also staff an opportunity to review, comment, and share in a draft review of the Climate Emergency Action Plan, and have since received a letter of support for the Climate Emergency Action Plan, and continuing to work together, subject to council direction on this action item.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you. So a follow-up is, I'm curious about if there was any feedback as to TransLink's capacity to expand their work and network given the financial pressures of the pandemic in sort of concert with the timeline set out in the report.
I think as per some of the more recent updates at Mayor's Council, it's still a journey that TransLink is undertaking in terms of where transit ridership recovery is and ultimately the impacts on revenue. I think we all were excited about the federal government and the provincial government coming to relieve TransLink of any losses for this year and all the way in through next year. But I think they will ultimately need another investment plan approved by Mayor's Council by June. So we will work closely with them to better understand that. But there's some other fundamentals like SkyTrain cars and additional cars on the Canada line that our understanding is those investments that are already part of a previous 10-year investment line continue on, and some of the bus priority opportunities as well.
Right, and I hear that there's two things there, capacity, but also we've heard from a number of people in the community and stakeholders about the need to work at a regional level. And so I guess what I'm trying to understand is, it's an interesting timeline that June TransLink's coming back with a financial update. I wonder if staff considered holding off on this piece of the report to encourage more of that regional dialogue and collaboration to ensure that everybody's in step, especially related to pandemic. TransLink's really suffered, and I'm wondering if they could really say confidently that they can expand their network in time. So did staff consider pausing this piece of the report until after that came back in June?
I think that at this point in time, since the next step that is being asked in the recommendation is to develop a strategy, I think the next essentially year and a half would be largely engagement with residents as businesses, and including TransLink and how they would help us understand how to best do that with engaging the entire region and working in partnership with more conversations with the province. So I think the two go together, that while TransLink considers its next investment plan, we have a significant amount of engagement on the pricing as a strategy about the next year now. So I think the two could go together at the same time.
Okay, great. And I just have one last question, since you brought up engagement there a number of times. That's it. How does, in your expert opinion, based on engagement, how does engagement change when we endorse a plan and then go out to engage versus engage first in a robust way and then come back with recommendations that reflect how does engagement change? And I've just got about 15 seconds.
To be clear to council, at this point in time, at least on transport pricing, we have only engaged the public about the comfort level of this being one of the many actions that we feel should be important going forward to meet the 2030 target. So we have yet to begun a direct business and direct resident engagement. It has only been at the level of the actions and moving forward with transport pricing, complementing the other one. So hopefully that clarifies, at least for transport pricing, where we're at right now.
And we're at the 5 minutes. Thanks. Councillor Swanson, up to 5 minutes.
Yeah, thanks so much for all the work on doing this report. Really appreciate it. My first question is around the Equity Advisory Group. I know we've gotten emails from different groups, especially for me, seniors and Unite Here, a union that has lots of workers in the downtown, and women's groups wanting to get on that Equity Advisory Committee. Is there a way to do that? Could I direct them somehow?
Councillor, that's a great question. I'm going to pass that over to Lisa Brito, who put together our equity working group. Lisa?
Hi, yeah, Lisa Brito, Senior Sustainability Specialist. Please direct those folks to me. We're going to be setting up a process for, if approved, the new Climate Equity Working Group. Because there were some gaps, some voices and perspectives that weren't on the previous one. So we're looking to fill those. And yeah, so any interested people you have, definitely send them to me.
Okay, thanks. And another question I had is about seniors. I've heard reports that in terms of growing age groups, it's going to be the senior age group is going to be growing a lot in the city. And we've already got emails for people that are saying, seniors need to be able to park in front of their homes and things like this. So I'm wondering if we're looking at working with the Seniors Advisory Committee and putting a bit of a seniors lens on this too.
Yes, absolutely. We will continue working with the Seniors Advisory Committee and ensuring we're getting input for the variety of different programs, assuming council moves things forward, whether it's parking or transport pricing or even with the building retrofits. We'll continue to get your input. Thank you.
Okay, the last question I have is around, I see that you're saying you're not going to mandate carbon reduction in rental and social housing, but I'm just wondering if there's something between shower heads and a complete rebuild that could reduce carbon in those buildings, maybe not 100%, but significantly, and not cost an arm and a leg, so that we could actually start retrofitting those buildings and, doing, so they could do their part to reduce carbon too, of course, without causing tenants to be renovicted or demevicted.
Thank you, Councillor Swanson. That is a great question. I'm going to pass that over to Sean Pander, who is our Green Building Manager.
Councillor Swanson, yeah, on the rental apartment buildings, there is no big sort of super cost-effective win yet. Our intention in the short term is to work with Landlord BC and identify buildings that are planning other renovations and provide incentives and work with our partners to get them to fuel switch to better understand those opportunities and to help us remove some of the barriers that exist for those larger multifamily. We don't have the tools in place now to protect the vulnerable tenants and avoid and ensure we can avoid radical rent increases. So at this time, we're not doing anything very significant. We will look at, in addition to the minor improvements, we may look at prescriptive requirements like moving from the makeup air unit that provides the conditioned air to the public areas and the corridors, maybe looking at the viability of heat pumps there, but we do need to understand what those would cost and how those would impact rents, and we don't think they would have rent evictions, but we have a lot of work to do there. So at this point, we're really just focusing on learning more by working with rental apartment buildings to understand better what the opportunities are to reduce.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you, Councillor Swanson. Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Thank you to staff for the presentation this morning. A couple of follow-up questions, largely focused on the equity. The Mobility Pricing Independent Commission that released its report in 2018 raised the issue of really focusing on a region-wide meaningful congestion reduction and transportation pricing approach, and suggested that focusing on one urban center was not advisable. And so I'm just curious if you could expand on sort of the city going at this alone and not with a regional approach.
Dale, can I call on you to respond to that one, please?
Yeah, good morning again, Mayor and Council. Yeah, absolutely. I think when the goal is to look and solve regional congestion, I think it demands a regional approach and all the same questions that we're getting about, additional transit capacity to serve Vancouver, applied then through the Mobility Pricing Independent Commission. I would note there was a part of the commission that did look at the downtown and the metro core. And while it did conclude that if you're trying to solve regional congestion, it wouldn't be an approach. It recognized that that might be a pilot opportunity for the region. And then when we benchmarked the metro core with the size of the cities that everyone compares mobility pricing and congestion pricing to, such as Stockholm, London, and Singapore, it's actually the scale and geography of our Vancouver metro core. So I think it's important context when we're benchmarking where this has been successful for what's being proposed here for a Vancouver strategy that, again, we think has certainly learning opportunities and opportunity to be scaled up for what we still want to see in the region as well.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. A couple other follow-up questions. This just if you can give me a perspective on that report also found that while individuals with higher incomes are likely to pay more under such a charge and framework, lower income households will pay a larger proportion of their incomes. And because much of the report we're looking at today has talked about equity. And so I'm curious about that positioning around the potential to be actually burdening lower income families more.
Dale, are you able to step in for this one too?
Yeah, again, Dale Bracewell, Manager, Transportation Planning. Thank you. And that was actually direct experience shared to us also from Stockholm, who we built a relationship with. I think that, again, moving forward in the next year and a half, when we think of creating a strategy, I think we've all learned more about equity, and we can approach an idea around how do we better support those that are being burdened more, in particular households with lower incomes, disproportionately impacted populations and communities, where our pricing strategy is really towards a climate emergency target, and where we could also, again, as per the explanation of revenue, really look towards some equity outcomes as part of what ultimately can be the pricing strategy for our Vancouver context.
Okay.
And I'm wondering about what kind of economic impact analysis has been done with respect to proposing the transport pricing at this time. While I recognize the indication that we're talking about doing some further work and we're talking about 4.5 years down the road, but the implications for potentially businesses not setting up in Vancouver because we are the only municipality that has transport pricing in place, and so setting up their businesses elsewhere. Implications for the downtown core. Has that an economic impact analysis taken place?
Go ahead, Dale.
Not as of yet in terms of an impact analysis, but benchmarking other cities where businesses after implementation of a pricing continue to thrive and support a growing economy. I think we would want to work in partnership with Vancouver Economic Commission, again in parallel with the pricing strategy to better understand I think those good questions about what would be then specific to our economy and our downtown in particular and businesses.
Okay, and then just shifting to the citywide parking permit proposal before I run out of time. Do we have specific neighborhoods we've identified? I know the West End, we already have a program in place, but are there specific neighborhoods that we've had an identified challenge with that prompted this?
Thank you, Councillor. I'm going to pass the question over to Alina Cheng, who is our parking manager.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. My name is Alina Cheng. I'm the mayor of the parking management. The manager of the parking management branch. So the demand varies across the city. We do have permits throughout. The downtown is definitely an area where we see the highest demand for on-street parking, but certainly throughout, Fairview, around Commercial Drive, and other places, there are residential permit parking in place. So the citywide permit would really respond to the demand that's on street, and the pricing for different areas would vary depending on that demand.
I'm gonna have to stop you there because we're over time. Councillor Fry, thanks very much.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. And thanks to everybody who's been working on this. This is a tremendous document. There's a lot of information here to review, and obviously there's a lot of thought that's gone into this work. Very much appreciated. I had a couple of just general sort of clarifying questions. I mean, number one is why is Big Move 6 not being contemplated as part of this as well and being shunted over to 2021? Big Move 6 being carbon sequestration for folks listening along.
Great, thank you. This is Doug Smith, Director of Sustainability. I'll take that question. Big Move 6, the whole concept of carbon sequestration is relatively new, especially in an urban environment. And we're working with multiple other cities, San Francisco, New York, Boulder, on looking at how cities can really use natural systems for carbon sequestration. But because it is such a new science, we really want to give ourselves a little bit more time to figure out what kind of targets we can achieve, what are the best moves, and how we can partner with people outside of Vancouver, with Metro Vancouver, and even farther abroad to try to achieve these objectives. So it's still a very high priority and very important for us to do. We just need a little more time to dig into it. And also, we have a little bit more time to actually do the work because the sequestration will take time to build up. It doesn't need to be launched as quickly as some of these other actions.
But to be clear, this will be complementing moves 2 through 5.
Absolutely, yes, they will.
Yeah. Okay. Curious. Obviously, we're going to have a lot of questions and speakers around mobility pricing and stuff. One of the things I'm a little curious about is, and I appreciate that this is a work plan moving forward, and that there is going to be a considerable amount of work pending our direction as a result of this report. Looking at sort of congestion pricing versus low emission zones, and what's sort of a European model of charging polluters higher. Why haven't we contemplated something like, or is that possibly going to be contemplated in the system?
I will pass that question over to Dale. Dale, can you respond to that, please?
Yeah, I think as per the introduction by my general manager, we also recognize there's a journey of road space reallocation that we need to take to meet the targets, and in particular where we have the most amount of people making trips, and we expect and want a more vibrant downtown, and we need to make road space reallocation to walking, cycling, transit. So ultimately the vehicle, whether it's electric or not, is taking up the road space. So that's the kind of distinct difference between the efforts towards a zero emission zone, where ultimately you would be still encouraging, enabling zero emission vehicles, but maybe not yet dealing with the overall people moving capacity at the same time. So largely a bigger difference, but ultimately we can also be incentivizing zero emission vehicles through the other actions in the action plan.
Okay, so low emission zones isn't really off the table necessarily as we work forward. With regard to scope 1 and 2, which is emissions here in the city of Vancouver, and I'm deducing that scope 3 being emissions that are generated outside of the city of Vancouver, and including stuff like building materials like concrete and the like. Those are equal, correct? 1 and 2 are equal in volume to 3.
Yes, quick answer for that is yes. Essentially, they're pretty balanced in Vancouver's context. But of course, as we drive down our operational scope 1 and 2 emissions, the scope 3 emissions will get significantly bigger.
Right. Now, I guess my lead question from that then is, as we're contemplating, say, mobility pricing in the downtown Vancouver, and say we get folks coming from, I don't know, West Vancouver who would rather not drive through downtown and would prefer to take the upper levels, to take the Ironworkers Bridge and go to Burnaby or whatever, and basically bypass the city of Vancouver. Well, the resulting congestion and emissions that would be seen on the upper levels in North and West Vancouver, would that be part of scope 3, the totals?
No, those would not be included in our scope 3 emission counts. Scope 3s would count more towards what is directly produced by us. So it would be air traffic, residents flying, the building materials that we use in our buildings, concrete and steel, clothing we buy, and the food we eat would all have impact on scope 3. But,
so in my last 15 seconds, how are we accounting for that upper levels traffic? Or
I'll pass that to Dale. I don't know if we have a quick answer for that one, but we could always bring something back.
I'm gonna have to come back to you on that one. We're just at the 5 minutes. So
Copy.
Councillor, so just I know everybody's curious here, but just keep an eye on your time that we had a couple now that have gone over the 5, and we do have speakers to get to too, and another round of questions. Councillor Boyle, 5 minutes.
Thanks. I will be quick, knowing we have speakers on the line. 2 quick questions on the mobility pricing piece. Are there places where they have started with a whole regional system, or is the more common model what we're talking about here, that we would start with a kind of downtown core and continue to expand and learn lessons as we went?
Dale, can you please take that one?
Yeah, all the benchmark cities have started with a city center core, a model. Some have just remained and others have then expanded from there.
Okay, great. And I wonder what else, I know this would be part of the next scope of work, but I'm interested in any early lessons we might have, or lessons from other transportation work around impact on businesses. And I'm particularly thinking about the increased number of people that cities like London have been able to welcome into the downtown core after mobility pricing because of prioritizing more efficient transportation. So just thinking, hearing clearly the concerns from businesses, particularly in this COVID time, and wondering what sort of benefits or impacts we might be able to expect based on our past work.
Yeah, very quickly, at a minimum, I think pricing strategy, benchmarking other cities, a 10 or 20% vehicle reduction, higher in terms of ultimately how it might be measured in congestion, all while at a minimum, the number of people making trips stays the same, but more often than not, it increases, and business impacts being neutral or continuing as per they were pre-pricing.
Okay, great. And more analysis on that front would be coming if council approves to move on to the next step of doing the work on that plan?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, great. I'll leave it at there and just want to say how much I appreciate this work, and particularly the centering of equity in it. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Kirby.
Yeah, thank you. Following up on a couple of the earlier questions, and respect to the letter that council received yesterday from Sav Dhaliwal, Chair of the Metro Vancouver Board. I wonder if I can get specificity, and this is following up on Councillor Bly's question. Did the board actually take a vote on this? Is this an official position of Metro Vancouver?
I don't have a direct answer for that. Dale or Matt, would either of you be able to provide any input?
I'm not sure. I'd have to follow up. We could certainly do that.
Okay, that would be helpful because I'm not aware of one, but I wanted to verify my facts because I note that there's some commentary about being supportive of the work, but it also says a critical initiative will be to work together and have different member jurisdictions initiate and participate. So if we can get follow up on whether that has been voted on as official position, I'd appreciate it. Moving on to another question, and I want to follow up a little bit on the economic analysis and input piece. And you've sort of talked about other cities as benchmarks, but I guess my question to flesh that out a bit further is that was pre the time when the world was dealing and grappling with COVID. And we now have downtown in a very different situation with, sort of estimates of 10 to 40% of people potentially being in the downtown core, et cetera. Whether or not people are going to make it back to working in the same way in offices, an unprecedented amount of space coming in for people sort of floating to see whether they can sublease space in the downtown, and a general changing potentially of patterns in terms of what a downtown might look like in the future. So can I get some clarity if this report would be contemplating looking at economic analysis in terms of the Vancouver situation in the COVID context, not in terms of what other cities have done in the past prior to COVID?
Yes, I will pass it on to Dale. It kind of bridges two areas. It's our economic area and also our transport pricing area. But I'll pass it to Dale for the transport pricing side.
I just want to recognize that in light of kind of where we're still at with the pandemic, that we would lengthen our engagement, intended engagement as per the work plan Appendix A, so that we'd be able to accurately hear from businesses in a true recovery mode. But given that the motion itself is looking towards implementation by 2025, we think in earnest, there's a lot of research and a lot of analysis, including the economic impact analysis that's been brought up, all that equity work that we'd like to do. So there'd be still a significant amount of work that could commence and take a longer time to engage, particularly with businesses and a larger economic analysis.
Specifically as to in the context of how a downtown might change and whether or not this would signal or potentially exacerbate a non-return to having those downtown centers and more development of communities outside of a core
area.
Yes,
and including as per just a better understanding of businesses with remote work and all that together would be really important in 2021 to better understand that context.
Okay. On the social impact side, there's been some commentary and discussion likening development as it relates to transport pricing and sort of this definition of the metro core area to having potentially unintended consequences with respect to racialization. And I've heard some commentary with respect to the Bartholomew plan around single family zoning and how that excluded certain racialized groups. And in looking at maps, I've received some feedback that our cultural diversity and ethnicity is in higher concentrations outside of this proposed metro core area. So thinking Strathcona, Victoria Drive, other specific neighborhoods. So can you comment as to unintended consequences around racialization or delineating or impeding people from having free sort of ability to cross the city outside of these zones when we do have more ethnic concentration in specific neighborhoods outside of the proposed metro core?
Dale, do you have anything there, or should we take that question away?
I'd like to get back on that one in terms of a particular answer.
Okay, Councillor, we'll take that away and report back to Council.
Okay, and then lastly, on the graph that was shown, and
just have 15 seconds. So.
Can I use them, please? On the graph that was shown, it should align with steep with Clean BC, seat without Clean BC, but there's no line for Clean BC on its own on what a provincial approach looks like. Why is that?
And that's the 5 minutes. So we're over to Councillor Hardwick. Councillor Hardwick.
Great. Thank you very much. I would like some more analysis around the inflationary impact of these initiatives. And I'd like that to be considered in the context of a post-COVID reality. I think we all know that we are getting into a deepening recession and that affordability is the biggest issue for Vancouverites. So what I'm hearing here is that there will be essentially a whole set of new expenses laid on residents and businesses across the city. So will you please address the whole area of inflationary impact of these initiatives on the people of this city?
Councillor, this is Doug Smith from Sustainability. As we do the deeper analysis for each of the initiatives, whether it's parking or transport pricing or the building retrofits, we will absolutely be looking at the long-term impacts of these, especially in the current environment, which is, I agree, completely different than where it was a couple of years ago or even a year ago. And that will be part of what is brought back to council. So the answer to your question is yes.
Well, long-term is long-term. I'd like to see short-term, medium-term, and long-term, because the consequences of this, whether it's parking or on our built form, are very significant for people that are struggling now. And again, the recession, there is modeling going on, what we're going to be seeing in the recession for the next couple of years. So can you please address the short and medium term and not just the long-term impact of these initiatives?
Yes, Councillor, this is Doug Smith again. We will look at all three of those as we do our modeling going forward and as we bring each separate initiative back to council for consideration, assuming we get direction to move those forward.
Thank you. My next question is about the impact of the fact that we are a port city. We have cargo ships, we have cruise ships, we have airplane coming in here. These are external impacts that have more profound effects on our climate than electric vehicles and congestion pricing would, for example. How do you balance these external concerns over the ones that are limited within our 115 square kilometers of between Boundary Road and the University Endowment lands?
Thank you, Councillor. That's a great question, and it's one that gets brought up quite a bit. The first half of my answer is that we're focusing mostly on the work that we can do internally at the City of Vancouver within our own jurisdiction, within our own ability to regulate and control. And the second part of that question is that we are working very closely with all of our partners, including the port. The Vancouver Economic Commission has got a great project they're working on with the port to reduce their emissions. We're working with the airport, working with the provincial government, the federal government, and other cities. And I guess the third part of my answer would be that the work that Vancouver does typically creates a ripple effect, both in the region, across Canada, and influences cities around the world. So if we can show ways to move forward and do this in a way that improves our economy and improves our health, it will actually have significant impacts on other cities and other regions as well.
Presuming we can continue to afford to live here. I'd like to ask about city staff, workers, BPD, groups that need to drive and cannot take transit. As transit is closed when they end and start their shifts, have these people been consulted, and are you taking that into consideration?
Thank you for that question. I will pass that over to Dale Bracewell. I'm assuming that's referring to transport pricing.
Yes.
Yeah, two comments would be, one is in cities that have done mobility pricing when it comes to emergency services, clearly there's opportunities to talk about exemptions for those important city services. The consultation would happen in the next phase of work, again, starting towards a 4-year journey to implement by 2025. We've again just engaged at the high level. Is this the type of action item that's necessary and that would complement the other actions in terms of the climate emergency action plan?
So what happens to people, I'll bring up the film industry. We have different locations that we have to visit to film in every day in the city and out in the region. What happens to those folks?
And we're just 10 seconds.
I answer?
Yeah, Dale, we will get back to you on a on an answer with that one because we're out of time.
We have another rounds after speakers. So thank you very much.
Councillor DeGenova.
Thanks very much. My first question pertains to, in the presentation, there was mention of purchasing gas vehicles. If individuals were to purchase vehicles that I suppose were more climate friendly or met with our adaptation goals. I'm just wondering how we'd price that, because I mean, I look at BMW and they've come out with a model of an electric vehicle that, also Porsche, we're talking hundreds of thousands of dollars, actually quite a bit less affordable. So although there are some more affordable electric vehicles, how would we be looking at this for people who are choosing electric vehicles, but choosing to purchase luxury?
Councillor DeGenova, this is Doug Smith. Can you please clarify, are you referring to the parking permit?
I'm referring to the parking permit, but also the equity piece, and talking about, when people are looking at sort of purchasing a new vehicle, and some people can't afford a vehicle that, perhaps meets those standards, but then others, are purchasing vehicles that are electric, but we're talking in the luxury range here.
Okay, thank you. I understand the question better now. I'm going to actually pass that to Matt Horn. If you can answer this one, please. Thank you.
Yeah, sure. So if I understand it correctly, the approach being recommended would be the residential parking permits on a citywide basis instead of that base permit, and then the surcharge only applying to higher end gas and diesel, new gas and diesel vehicles. So if someone was purchasing an electric vehicle, whether it's a middle cost or an upper cost one, that surcharge would not apply. Similarly, if someone is driving an older vehicle or purchasing a lower cost vehicle, that surcharge would not apply. It would only apply for higher end new gas and diesel vehicles.
Okay, and does this mean that the city will not any longer ourselves be purchasing any gas or diesel vehicles or approving any recommendations for those in fleets?
I can take that one. This is Doug Smith from Sustainability. So the City of Vancouver does have a plan to transition our vehicles to zero emissions, whether that be electric or renewable natural gas. For the most part, the majority of our light duty vehicles, cars and small vans are electric right now, and we're buying new electric ones as they come. Some of the larger vehicles, dump trucks and pickup trucks and garbage trucks are not available commercially for electric, but we are piloting some and trying them. So as they become available and they make sense financially, we will be purchasing more and more zero emission and electric vehicles for the city.
Okay, but so we do still have some vehicles that we will be purchasing that are fueled with gas or diesel, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, thank you. That was the question. Then I note also in the presentation, staff had talked about renovictions and the reason for not holding perhaps rental to the same regulations that we would be single family homes. I suppose detached single family residences. But when I look at sort of the most affordable rental in our city, right now it's basement suites and single family homes themselves. So would we be taking that into consideration in this plan if the home is rented out to someone, and this could indeed cause a renoviction, a domino effect of renovictions of people from basement suites when they couldn't afford, some of the newer rental in their neighborhoods? How are we avoiding that?
Thank you for your question, Councillor. This is Doug Smith again from Sustainability. So right now we are only considering excluding the rental and the non-market housing as we move forward with the the retrofit requirements. However, it is relatively early days, and if council does give us direction, the next step would be to do that next level of research, including looking at all of the implications to other forms of rental, whether they be basement suites or homes that are being rented out. Another important point.
I'm just going to take my last 6 seconds to move for another round of questions, if possible. Mayor Stewart? I did move it before my time.
We already have moved for a second round of questions.
Okay. My apologies.
But
I
after
sent it out.
speakers.
Oh, of course. Okay. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Council. That's it for Council's first round of Council questions. It's 11:30. We are going to move on to speakers, but we do have. I guess we also have we have some council business to deal with, including Councillor Dejanova's held report that I'm suggesting moves on to unfinished business, but we need a motion to do that.
So moved, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Is there a seconder for that?
Second.
Seconded, Boyle.
Right.
Point of parliamentary procedure.
Okay. Go ahead, Councillor Dejanova.
Mr. Mayor, we're talking about the council meeting following the standing committee. Would that be correct?
I believe it would be unfinished business in the standing committee meeting. Isn't that correct, clerks?
Yes, Mayor Stewart, that would be the recommendation. I also want to flag for item 3 as well, if possible, to include that item.
So if we could move both of those reports to the unfinished business in the standing committee meeting. I could. I did have we do have a seconder for the first motion, so let's call a vote on that one. This is moving report number 2 held by Councillor Dejanova to the unfinished business section of the standing committee meeting, which is tomorrow. So I'll call yeas and nays. All in favor, yay.
Yay.
Opposed, nay. Okay, thanks. And we'll
Just
move.
a point of parliamentary procedure, Mr.
Sure, go
Mayor.
ahead.
Sorry, when you have a moment. But I see Councillor Boyle ahead of me on the queue. So I'm going to wait my turn.
You can call those without being on the queue,
Okay.
so go ahead.
All right, thanks so much. I'm mindful of the fact that we have a bylaw on here for veterans parking that I understood would be enacted today. And then my concern is if we don't get to that today, that indeed that bylaw wouldn't be enacted and we might see our veterans getting parking tickets. So I just wanted to check in with you as a point of parliamentary procedure if we'd have to pass that today to enact the bylaw.
I think the clerk has what I'm suggesting is if we move Councillor Kirby-Young's report to tomorrow, then we can also do leaves of absence, bylaws, and notices of motions quickly in the next before we hit the noon.
I'd be happy to move that when you suggest. Thank you, Mayor.
Thanks. So can I have a motion to move the report number 3 on social grants to unfinished business for standing committee for tomorrow? I heard Councillor Darminato. I think Councillor Carr is a seconder. All in favor say yay.
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 Okay, opposed say nay. Great, so that's moved too. I think while we're rolling here, we might as well just I'll ask if we can vary the agenda so we can deal with leaves of absences, bylaws, and notices of motion now before lunch.
Move to vary the agenda, Mr. Mayor.
Second,
Okay.
Carr.
Thank you.
I'm happy to move those motions.
All in
Mr.
favor
Mayor.
say yay.
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 Opposed say nay. Great. Okay, let me look at my script here. So clerks. Okay, so let's deal with leave of absence first. Just looking here, clerks. I don't know if they're in my script, but
Mayor Stewart, that will be on page 4 of your script. It's an leave of absence for yourself for today.
oh, okay. I don't think I'm doing that now, but
So moved.
yeah, I'm not sure if I'm doing it yet. So why don't we pass by that and move, just 1 second, Council. Sorry about that, Council. I do need a request for a leave of absence for myself from 4 to 6 today from the quarter revision.
So moved.
Thank you. Seconder.
Seconded.
Thanks. All in favor, yay.
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 Opposed, say nay. Thanks very much. That has passed. So now we will, I don't think clerks, there are no other leave of absences.
No, Mayor Stewart, that's it. We can move on to bylaw now.
Great. So we'll
I'd like to
on.
move the bylaw, Mr. Mayor, please.
Right.
Thank you.
Okay. Well, I have to ask first if there's a conflict of interest. Anybody have a conflict of interest on this?
Yes. This council, we have a conflict of interest on this because as a director of Easy Park, and I just came back on, you guys were jumping on to work.
Sure, that's no problem. So
so I wasn't involved in the last couple of votes.
Okay, sure. We'll just ask you to excuse yourself for this this item. So we have it moved by Councillor Dejanova. Do we have a seconder?
Second, Councillor Bly.
Thanks. And I'm going to check I have quite a few folks on the question queue. I'm just going to call verbally. Anybody, does anybody wish to debate this bylaw? Okay, thanks. I'm going to move on to calling the vote then. All in favor say yay.
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 Opposed say nay. Great. Thanks very much, Council. That motion has, the bylaw has passed, and the approved bylaw can be found on the city's website. So now I believe clerks were moving to notices of motion. Let me just, yeah, so notices of motion, Councillor Dejanova, go ahead.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, that's a holdover.
Okay, Councillor Bly. Councillor, notices of motion, Councillor Bly.
Petition for the removal of the Alma Street building line.
Okay, thank you. And clerks, make sure that you send the text in the clerks if you haven't already done so. I have somebody in the speakers list that says the city clerk, which
Mayor Stewart, that should be you.
Yes. Okay, thanks. Council, so if I can ask, actually, I'll just put myself a little later on the list. Councillor Dominato, please go ahead.
I have, it's inquiry, so I'll wait till notice of motions are done, so I'll go back on the list.
Okay, thanks. Councillor Swanson.
I have a notice of motion protecting tenants from real estate investment trusts.
Okay, thanks very much. Okay, Councillor Kirby-Yung.
Yeah, I have a notice of motion jointly submitted with Councillor Fry entitled Sustaining Vancouver's Chinatown.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Dominato, if you could just take over while I give my notice of motion.
Certainly, Mr. Mayor. Go ahead.
You're the deputy deputy mayor this month. Great. Yeah. Okay, thanks.
Go ahead.
And my notice of motion is working with senior governments to address the overdose crisis. Thank you, and that's it. Can I take the chair back?
Yes, go ahead, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Councillor Dominato, and you had an inquiry.
I do have an inquiry. I just want to see if Councillor Boyle has a notice of motion first. Yes, I think that's first.
I don't. I have a inquiry as well.
Okay, great. Okay. So we'll move on to inquiries. Councillor Dominato, please go ahead.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, so this is more informational to share with council and members of the public, is that through a partnership of the Netherlands Liberation Committee, the City of Vancouver, and the VSO, this Saturday, November 7th at 4:30, Global TV will be broadcasting 75 years later, The Sounds of Freedom. This is specifically a broadcast that remembers and commemorates and celebrates the end of Second World War in 1945, and in particular, the sacrifices made by our Canadian soldiers and veterans to liberate the Netherlands. It will recognize the significant contribution the Canadian Armed Forces made. I believe 11 million people, Canadians contributed more than 1 million soldiers. Over 45,000 Canadian soldiers lost their lives overseas fighting in World War II, and 55,000 were wounded. Over 7,600 Canadian soldiers are buried in graves in the Netherlands. And in recognition, the Dutch Netherlands Liberating Committee wanted to recognize the efforts of Canadians overseas. And because we won't be celebrating in person this year, this film will be broadcast, like I say, in partnership with the VSO. and through the City of Vancouver, through the Orpheum, and Global TV will be broadcasting that on Saturday at 4:30. And so I wanted to share that with members of the public.
Thanks very much. Excuse me. Councillor Boyle.
Thanks. And this is really more of a point of privilege, but I wonder, noting we're at 20 to 12 and we have quite a few speakers to the climate emergency report we were just dealing with, if the clerk could give the public a clear sense of the order of events and when people might expect to speak to that report when we run out of time at lunch.
Sure. So I can just go through the what's going on today. So at noon we break until 1, where we go in camera. We go in camera from 1 to 2:30. Then we have a hard start for our next report at 2:30. Then we break at 3:30 because we have to get ready for a court of revision, and that is it for today. We come back for the standing committee tomorrow. We would pick things up again with the majority of speakers on Thursday.
Okay, so just to clarify, any speakers to the climate report we don't get to by noon, we will resume that item as a hard start at 3 o'clock on Thursday?
That's right.
Okay, thank you, Mayor.
Great, thank you. Councillor DeGenova?
Thanks very much, Mr. Mayor, and I think that Councillor Dominato opened it appropriately, and appreciate the notice of the event and awareness for the showing of the film, and because we can't be in person, that being done virtually. But I just also wanted to share that it is Veterans Week from November the 5th to 11th, and it's a time for us to honor those who've served in Canada, past and present, in times of war, conflict, and peace. And also just wanted to note that this year's theme is the 75th anniversary of the end of the Second World War. And I understand that there will be some Remembrance Day ceremony initiatives. Of course, to meet the distancing guidelines, we won't all be able to be in person and see the parades that usually take place on Remembrance Day. But just on a note of personal privilege, Mr. Mayor, I wanted to just note that November 11th being Remembrance Day and us not having another council meeting before that day, just to share that with council, acknowledge that, and note my thanks and appreciation, for the rights and freedoms that we have here in Canada, that I'm very thankful for, and that is in part to our veterans and the sacrifices they've made. So I did want to say that, and also wanted to thank council and our staff as we just passed the bylaw to amend parking bylaws to allow for year-round parking for those with veterans plates. I think it's a nice way to appreciate those who have served and who do serve, especially now in times of COVID-19. So thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just wanted to share that.
Thank you. Councillor Kirby-Young, up to 5.
Yeah, just a quick point of procedure, if I might. Can you clarify, please, when we will be doing council member motion introductions today? Will that happen today, and at what point?
I will have to check with the clerk. I don't believe we're doing those today.
We do typically procedurally need to introduce them.
After I'm just getting a note from the clerk that it's after deal with climate, because there are no speakers to the there's no speakers to the one motion that we have. So that would be directly to debate and decision.
Okay. But after the conclusion of the climate item, is that correct?
That's right, after conclusion of the climate item.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, sure. Thanks. Okay, that's it, council. So I think that finishes our business now. It's 11:45, so we have up to 15 minutes for speakers. And just checking my list, we have a number of speakers that are on the line and ready to go. Just let me check my list here. Okay, So we have Robert Weeks, president of Firefighters Local 18 on the line, I believe. Mr. Weeks, are you there?
Mr. we're just getting the speaker on the line. Speaker, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. It's Robert Weeks.
Great. Thanks very much, Mr. Weeks. Thanks for participating today. Please go ahead, up to 5 minutes.
Great. I'll try to be brief. First of all, I want to thank council and staff for recognizing the climate emergency that we are in. As you know, April 19th, 2019, council saw fit to add an amendment that was passed and directed staff to work with unions on sustainable commuting. Certainly, we want to thank you for asking staff for their input. It is that kind of collaboration that we firmly believe will lead to better outcomes. As a result of that amendment, we took the initiative and started working with Simon Fraser University and conducted a study on environmental impact of moving to what is the normal schedule in the firefighter industry, which is the 24-hour shift. Our study that we sent to you found that we removed 833 tons of CO2 by moving to that shift schedule per year. That is equivalent to burning 1 million pounds of coal. This study was verified by a group of SFU professors, and they all agreed that our study highlights an important direction for policy dealing with the City of Vancouver's Climate Action Plan. This 833 tons of CO2 is a conservative number, and it doesn't start to look at the operational savings or CO2 emission reductions. This is only as a result of commuting cut in half by your employees, my members. Unfortunately, despite your April 19th direction for staff to engage with us and repeated attempt by us to work with our department, we were not engaged, although we are hopeful moving forward that this changes. This study also does not address the other benefits of the schedule. Not only is the 24-hour shift clearly better for the environment, it's better for employee engagement, employee enablement, it's better for mental and physical health, and it is a better operational schedule. And again, it is the norm in the firefighter industry. Roughly 80% of firefighters across North America work this type of schedule. We're hopeful you consider this no-cost schedule change as a way to significantly reduce our carbon footprint. We also hope you can continue to consider our input for best ways to address the climate emergency. And I'll stop my comments there. Thank you.
Thanks very much. You have some questions from councillors. Council, just a reminder, you have up to 3 minutes for your questions in this round. Councillor Carr, up to 3 minutes.
Yes, great. Thank you so much, Mr. Weeks, for coming in. Really appreciate that, and very excited about the results, the actual concrete GHG reduction results that you are achieving. The report, the study that you did with Simon Fraser University, are the results of that report available to council or the public?
We haven't made the report public, but we've shared it with council. I can get back to Councillor Carr on whether or not we can go public with that report.
Okay, it's pretty amazing outcome. So I think it's worthy of having more people know about it. In terms of the comments you made about not just GHG reductions, but other benefits. As you know, our Climate Action Plan not only has goals around GHG reductions, but also the lens of equity. I'm wondering if you could just outline for me a number of those kinds of results as a cause of or consequence of turning to the 24-hour shift.
Yeah, okay. I guess I think I'd start by saying that inherently any schedule in the firefighting industry is bad for our health. There is no schedule when it comes to our shift work that is healthy for us. All schedules negatively affect our mental and physical wellness and reduce our life expectancy. Obviously, these are considerable negative outcomes, and for those reasons, we care significantly about the shift pattern we work. So that's a starting point, and it's the place where we originally come from, looking at a schedule that works from our perspective. And like I said, this 24-hour shift is the norm in our firefighter industry. We've moved to the 24-hour shift already as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic, because there is recognition by staff that it is the prudent schedule in order to safeguard against exposures in the new world of COVID pandemic. As a result, we've been able to do some preliminary work on the impacts of the schedule on our members. One of the things we've done is ask for testimonials. We asked for testimonials, and within a week, we had over 180 of our members reply with significantly positive stories about their sense of health and well-being, dramatically improving, their family life dramatically improving, their work-life balance dramatically improving. We've also engaged our Women's Advisory Committee. This is a group of our female firefighters to ask them their opinion, and they were unanimously supportive of this schedule change and acknowledged that it had profound positive impacts on their work-life balance. And given that diversity and inclusion is one of another key thing that we are trying, or area we're trying to address in the fire service, I think that was significant. But there is no doubt in our minds now that we've worked it, that it is significantly better for employee engagement and enablement, and certainly from a female firefighter's perspective is also considerably positive, and we think those are all ancillary benefits to the significant environmental savings that the schedule allows.
Thank you so much. Yeah.
Councillor Kirby.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks, Mr. Weeks, for being here. It's always great to have you to council. I just wanted to follow up and be clear in terms of what your ask was of council today with respect to this report. And am I correct that you're simply asking for follow through on the previous council amendment that staff engage with the RFRS for further discussion about the 24-hour shift? Is that right?
Certainly, we were hopeful that that amendment that you put forward that asked or directed staff to engage us, that continue. We think we have important information to share and a significant interest in doing so. But we're also asking council to consider continuing this shift schedule beyond the COVID-19 pandemic. Right now, like I said, we are working this schedule because it is recognized that it is the safest schedule and reduces the risk the most for multiple exposures. So we're hopeful that this trial can continue in the non-pandemic world, where we can make sure that it's as beneficial as it has been so far in a normal firefighting circumstance, when things are back to normal, when our workload is normal, I guess is the best word. So we're hopeful that this trial can continue beyond the pandemic, and we can analyze, the department and us as the association can analyze and report back to you on how the schedule is working.
Okay. And just in terms of time, just following up on that, I understand that this 24-hour shift is fairly common with fire services across North America, and it's not unusual. Can you comment on that in terms of how common it is across Canada or across the U.S., and if Vancouver is sort of an anomaly in not having the 24-hour shift?
Yeah, it's certainly. Just to repeat what I said before, this is, and thanks for picking up on that. This is the normal schedule in the firefighter industry. Over 80% of firefighters in North America work this schedule. Roughly 80% of Canadian professional firefighters work this schedule. So this isn't abnormal. In fact, our old schedule, the 10 and 14s, is by far and away the most uncommon schedule in the fire service. Does that answer your question, Councillor?
Yeah, it does. I just wanted to be clear that, and sort of to clarify that point for everybody listening that may not be as familiar, that this is not sort of Vancouver forging new ground or taking a new direction. This is something that's well established within the sector, correct?
Yeah.
Mr. Weeks, can you hear me?
Sorry, I didn't pick up that last part, Councillor.
Oh, I said this isn't Vancouver forging new ground. This is just to confirm that this is something that's well established within the sector, correct?
Yeah, thank you. It is well established in the fire service, and it's important to note for those that aren't initiated into our work that at first blush, you could consider a 24-hour shift as not a prudent way to go versus our 10 and 14s. But I'll use for you an example that I think is illustrative. Particularly recognizing that our department, as your Dark Horse study recognizes, we are 2 to 2.5 busier than any of our Canadian comparables. So let's take a firefighter. She works at 7 Hall downtown.
I'm going to have to stop you there because I've given you an extra, you're over by 30 seconds. So I do have to move on to Councillor Boyle. Councillor Boyle.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Weeks, for the support of the plan and the commitment from Fire to want to do their part in reducing emissions. I was going to ask a similar question to Councillor Carr around the co-benefits of this. So, I guess if there's anything you want to add in terms of both the carbon emissions, but the benefits for families and parents working in the fire service and mental health and those sorts of co-benefits to reducing commutes.
Yeah, I think if it's okay, I will continue with my example because I think it fits into your question and Councillor Kirby-Young's question. So back to my example, we have a firefighter and she works the downtown core. She reports to work on her first night shift. It's a 14-hour night shift at roughly 5 p.m. in the evening. She works her night shift, which is not abnormally busy. That's a very busy fire hall, and in fact, it's not even one of our busiest. But it's although the firefighter tries to get some rest, it's more likely than not in our busy department that we are up most of the night, which is expected. Now you finish your shift at 8 in the morning, and now you commute home, and for most of our members with double incomes, that is our normal world that both partners work. Or they're saying, well, they have commitments they have to live up to during the day they have off before they report back to their night shift that same night at 5 p.m. once again. So in this example I'm giving you, this firefighter's been already up all night already, and then moves into their second 14-hour night shift. Once again, experience a heavy call volume again, which is normal for us as Vancouver firefighters, and now has been up consistently for 2 nights in a row. That impact is significant. So that's where I speak to, someone who's not initiated in our industry can look at a 24-hour shift and go, well, that's a lot of time at work. And we agree it is. Again, we start from the place that all shift patterns are unhealthy for us. But what the 24-hour shift allows for is those back-to-back night shifts don't happen. So there's never a situation where one of your firefighters has been up 2 nights in a row with really limited ability to rest between those night shifts. That has profound significance on their family life. And it's been reported by a large volume of your employees, my members, how significant that is. I'm hearing stuff that's significant. I'm off medication now. My spousal relationship was headed for divorce. It's not anymore. And I'm not being hyperbolic here. The commentary we're getting from your employees, our members, is absolutely significant. And quite honestly, it's beyond what I expected with this schedule, but it's certainly, to answer your question as specifically as I can, it dramatically improves employee engagement and enablement.
Okay.
Thanks so much.
Really appreciate you taking the time. And Mayor, while I have the floor, I understand that we have a speaker on the line from Stockholm, among the representatives from public bodies speakers. And so I'd like to move that we extend to hear from that speaker before we break for lunch.
Could you have a seconder for that motion?
Second, Councillor Carr.
Thanks. I'll call yays and nays. All in favor say yay.
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 Yay. Opposed say nay. Okay, thanks very much, Council. So I will go to the next speaker then, who is, sorry, I'm just going to pull this up here. We have Matthias Lundberg, head of the Department of Transportation Planning, City of Stockholm. Mr. Lundberg, I believe you're participating on our WebEx system. Welcome. If you're there, you have up to 5 minutes.
Thank you. I guess you can't see my slides, but then I just go through what I was supposed to say anyway.
Okay.
I was asked to just give a short about the experience we've seen from Stockholm when we introduced our version of mobility pricing. The congestion charges that are now almost 15 years old. We had in 2006. And it's a cordon across the inner city area. You pay both entering and leaving the zone. And the charge is time variated during the day, so it's higher in peak hours and lower during the day. And then it's free of charge in the nights and on the weekends. And the charge was initially about $1 US during the day and $2 in peak hours. And that was enough to reduce the traffic across the cordon with some 20%. And that was an effect that we saw was long-lasting, even though over the years, more people moved to Stockholm and our income levels increased, stuff like that. We saw that the traffic effect stayed the same with this 20% reduction. So that means over time, we get an adaptation, we get a larger per paid on it. Our charges were originally called environmental fees, but for legal reasons they had to be renamed to congestion taxes. And we had 4 objectives. That was to both had to do with either increase the traffic situation or increase the environment. So we had objectives with the level of traffic and also the level of congestion. And then we had objectives with decreased emissions and also that the inhabitants should perceive an improved urban environment. A more kind of a softer goal. And immediately, the day after we introduced the charges, we saw at least 20% reduction in traffic across the cordon. It had huge impact on the level of queuing within the cordon, and also actually partly outside. And that was really something that people could see and perceive. And since I heard that a lot of your discussion has to do with equity, acceptance, and what will happen with businesses, those were issues that were very crucial also in the debate in Stockholm. It was a very controversial proposition that was introduced. But I would say after the charges was introduced, almost all of those concerns have more or less completely died down afterwards. We see that people have done much more adaptations than they themselves believe. We know that of the private car traffic passing the cordon, that was decreased by roughly 30%. But when we ask people how they have changed afterwards and aggregate that, we only find like a quarter of that change when they report how they change. So that means that adaptation is a lot easier than people tend to believe beforehand, and also that people don't really know how they travel each. When it comes to emissions, we saw some 10 to 14% less emissions in the inner city. That is both pollutants and carbon dioxide. And also on the county level, in inner city of Stockholm, is a very small geographical part of the county. We saw a reduction of 2 to 3% of the emissions of carbon dioxide. It's a lot for a single measure. There were many concerns about what will happen with businesses, and we tried to really evaluate that both ex ante and ex post, but we couldn't see any negative effects on businesses at all, actually. And nowadays, there is like no debate among businesses that I hear of anyway. But yes. As far as those with public acceptability, we had a small majority against charges before, when the plans were first discussed. And then gradually, as details emerged, the negative opinion got larger and larger. So the largest proportion of negatives we had just before, sometimes before the system was actually introduced, and it was introduced as a pilot. And then more or less immediately afterward, acceptability levels increased a lot. They went up first to 50%, and then now they're up to some 70%.
Thanks very much. I'm going to have to stop you there. You do have questions.
Yeah, and I'm ready there, so that's fine.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Carr has a question for you. Up to 3 minutes, Councillor Carr.
Yes, thank you. I very much appreciate you joining us. It's very good of you to spend this time on this issue with us. So one of my questions is the concern from businesses currently around, for example, the costs of getting deliveries or the movement of goods. Can you explain to me how that worked out in Stockholm? I see there was a maximum amount per day. What was that maximum? And as I say, how have been businesses affected by the charges in terms of deliveries?
Yes, we had already done, and also now we have the maximum charge per day corresponds to 3 charges in peak hours. And that is, for most businesses, a very small cost compared to their cost for the lorries and for the drivers. So there were some concerns before the charges were introduced, but I haven't seen anything about it in the debate.
And is that because you mentioned about drivers? Is that because the congestion eased traffic? I mean, the congestion was reduced, and therefore the time involved in driving was reduced as well?
Exactly. Excellent remark. That I should have said that the time savings are a lot larger for them, economically speaking, than the cost of the charge.
Right. And also, if you wouldn't mind explaining to me how issues around equity, people who live in an area who may be also lower income, who may be needing to access the core area for a medical appointment, are the charges different for those circumstances?
We try to have as few exemptions as possible, make the system simpler and also more fair, I would say. And the effects you'll get always, I think, depends a lot on the statistics in your city. In Stockholm, in the central part of Stockholm, we don't have that many low-income households, and they're not using cars normally, at least not in peak hours. It's hard to find a parking space, for example. So there are very few low-income people that are really severely affected.
Okay. And one final question. You talked about how public opinion was negative before this came into place and then very supportive afterwards. Do you think there's a risk in doing extensive consultation beforehand that there would be that negativity would be a problem?
Yes, unfortunately, but I can't see a good way out of that dilemma. Since, I mean, of course, you want to have consultation. We solved it by introducing it as a pilot. But myself, I thought that was a crazy idea because it was extremely expensive. And we stood the risk that we would just have the system up and running for 6 months. But in the end, it really helped us.
Thanks so much. Councillor Kirby-Young?
Yeah, thank you. Hi, Mr. Lundberg. Thanks for being on the line. I know it's late for you. Just a couple of quick clarification questions. You mentioned on one of your slides that alternative fuel cars were exempt. So just for clarity, you didn't apply it to all vehicles, which I believe is what staff are proposing here for Vancouver, but you exempted electric vehicles. Is that right?
There weren't as many electric vehicles at that time. We exempted environmentally friendly cars. So that was mainly ethanol driven cars at that time. That exemption was discarded after some 3 years or something because it became almost too popular. So we saw that we wouldn't be keeping the congestion reduction if we had too generous rules for the environmentally friendly cars.
Okay, I appreciate that clarification. So you started with it, but then you get away with it, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, and then just following up on Councillor Carr's question with respect to people that live within the core, and I know you mentioned not many of them necessarily are using cars, but just to be clear, there were not any fee exemptions for residents living within the defined area?
No, none at all.
Okay, so if somebody had to travel in and out, they were subject to the same fees as somebody that needed to travel in?
Yeah, but it could be good also to bear in mind that it's not such a big cost for most people, even for low-income people, at least not in Stockholm.
Okay, because you kept the fee.
Most people don't have to do that travel several days every day. They do it maybe once a week.
Okay, and is that because you have so many people that live and work within in that core area that you had defined?
Several reasons actually, but the private car isn't an attractive alternative in the central parts of the city. It's several reasons for that, such as finding parking. But we also have an excellent public transport system.
Is that it, Councillor Kirby-Young?
Yeah, sorry, I lost I didn't hear the last part of the answer. Was council able to hear it?
Mr. Lundberg, did you want to just repeat the last part of your answer?
Yes, if I can remember it. That was why people don't use the car so much within the inner city. I think quite few residents that live in the inner city use their car to commute to work. And those that do that, they don't normally commute every day with car. They often have other options. For example, public transport.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Dominato, up to 3 minutes.
Thank you, and thank you for joining us. I have a fantastic city. I have great memories of being there. I wanted to just ask you about your transport pricing program, and is it city-wide, and does it include also your adjacent municipalities and cities?
It's actually a cordon across the inner city of Stockholm.
Okay.
And that is only within the municipality of Stockholm.
Okay.
Which facilitates a lot from a judicial point of view and having fewer actors. And formally, it's actually a government tax. So we have to agree, you can say, to be able to implement.
Okay. Okay, thanks. And then I just want to touch on public transit and how critical you see that to being helping with the success of this. And I asked the question in the context of we do have a really robust public transit system in the Metro Vancouver area, so across not only the city of Vancouver but other municipalities. It's actually incredibly great for getting into the city, but not necessarily as successful around moving around different parts of the city. So if you're in some of the more southeast, northeast quadrants of the city, moving through the city is actually not as easy with some of our public transit currently available. I'm just curious, do you believe public transit is really vital to the success of this type of proposal?
No, I don't think so, but I think you have to design your system carefully. You have to take into account city-specific issues. I've once been to Vancouver, and I think your public transport system is also a good public transport. But I'm not aware of all the details.
Okay, thank you for that. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Lundberg. That's it for questions for you. Do want to thank you so much for participating and staying up. And I believe the proper word is tuck, I think is thank you. So.
Tusen tack. Nice joining you.
Thanks for your time. Council, that's it for our extension. It is now just 12:15. We'll be in camera. Let's try to get there at 1 p.m. So thanks, Council, and we'll see you in camera at 1 p.m.
Thanks, everyone.
Thanks, all.
Great. Right, so we're gonna keep working through our speakers list, Council. Just looking here, we've got, gonna check with the clerks here. 1 second. There we go. Right, we're not going to speakers. Economic and Community Recovery Program progress update with Karen Levitt, who's here to provide the presentation.
Great. Thank you very much, Mayor Stewart.
Thank you.
This is Karen Levitt, Deputy City Manager, and I'm very pleased today to be bringing you an update of the work we've been doing since March on COVID response and recovery. This is kind of a midpoint in the work we're doing. We're going to bring you a final report of this work in Q1 of 2021. And so we just want to bring you a progress update on all that we're doing. It's actually quite a lot of work when you see it all in one place, to share with Council what we've been doing to help the business and communities out there in Vancouver with regard to recovering from all the impacts of the pandemic. I'm going to make a presentation, but before I do so, I'm going to introduce Jonathan Law and Keith Martin from McKinsey Consulting. We were fortunate enough to engage Keith and John early on in this process, and they, over the summer, produced a report for us that had some background on business recovery specifically. They looked at specifically economic forecasts, which at that point there was, we have a little more uncertainty now, but back thinking in the spring, we really didn't know which way everything was going to be going. And so they're going to share some of that updated work with you today. And they also importantly shared with us some early thoughts on what other jurisdictions were doing to contribute to business recovery. Again, these were in the days when nobody really knew what to do first. And McKinsey helped us with some great clarity of direction as we ramped up our own recovery efforts vis-a-vis business. So in the interest of keeping things tight, the order is that Keith and John are going to present to you for about 20 minutes, and then I'm going to present to you for about 15, and then we'll open it up for questions and comments from Council. So Keith, over to you. Thank you.
Thanks, Karen. It's actually John Law here. I think I'll kick us off first. Keith is going to present some materials. Hopefully everyone can see it and can hear me okay?
We can see it fine and hear you.
Wonderful. Thank you again, Karen. Again, my name is John Law. I'm a senior partner at McKinsey. I help lead our work with public sector clients across North America, and I founded our economic development practice about a decade ago. While I'm based in New York now, I was born and raised in Vancouver, and many of my family members still reside there. I remain deeply passionate about the city and its success and its hockey team. And while today is a historic day in the US, I truly wish I could be there with you in person today and under happier circumstances. As Karen mentioned, my good colleague Keith Martin, who's a partner in our Vancouver office, is with me. He leads our client service to public sector entities in British Columbia. I'd also like to acknowledge another member of our team, Wes Ng, a consultant in our Vancouver office. As Karen mentioned, we're engaged by the city this past summer, and I just wanted to share some of the highlights from our work. I'll move quite quickly through the materials, but welcome questions after the presentation. I think one simple, just preliminary comment I would make is, of course, that COVID-19 is first and foremost a global humanitarian challenge. Thousands upon thousands of health professionals, of course, are battling the virus, putting their own lives at risk. And so I just want to say that up front and to acknowledge that, but also to keep in light of some of the economic factors that we are talking about is much more focused on the economic side as opposed to the health side, which is, of course, equally, if not more important. There are three particular topics I wanted to cover today. One is just a little bit of the global and local economic perspectives around what we're seeing with how COVID is impacting the economy. Second is some lessons from other jurisdictions, both past and present, I would say, from past crises and present. And then Keith will talk a little bit about what this might mean for the city of Vancouver and some relevant opportunities. All this is informed by our own research as a firm, as well as our work with a number of governments and clients across North America with different governments and jurisdictions. let me start with a bit of a prospective view of how we see the crisis unfolding and its impact on the economy. We believe that the right way to think about how the crisis might impact the economy is to think in terms of scenarios. It's always challenging to provide projections of how the economy might be affected by any particular event, and the uncertainty here has been greater than most other crises. So we wanted to structure it a little bit, and we look at two primary variables. On the y-axis here, we look at the range of different outcomes in terms of the spread of the virus and the public health response. Everything from what we would call rapid and effective control of the virus to what we would call a broad failure of public health interventions. On the x-axis, on the other hand, we look at the effectiveness of the economic policy response. Everything, again, from highly effective to ineffective. What you have is this 3x3 then of different shapes of the recovery. So, right in the middle, A1 is what you might call, what some economists have called sort of the Nike swoosh, if you will. A4, of course, is the best possible one, which is a V-shaped recovery. A3 is more of a U-shape, and you have every other kind of shape, including the W-shape in between. To give you a sense of what might be most probable, not to give it any sort of odds, we've been surveying executives across the world around what they think the response, what the scenario might be, the app scenario might be. What you can see here is just, we've been doing, more or less monthly surveys. The result of those surveys each month as the crisis has unfolded. And what you see is basically a plurality around this A1 scenario. So a moderately good public health response and a moderately good economic response. However, what's interesting is you're seeing more, a greater increase or share of more pessimistic views around both the economic and the health response, as you can see in some of the other cells. What does this mean for Canada as a whole? We did some economic modeling with our partners at Oxford Economics. And just on the next page here, what you can see is how some of these scenarios might play out. So the first scenario to note here is A1, which you'll remember from the previous slide is the center one, moderately effective health response and a moderately effective economic response. Even under that scenario, we would not see GDP coming back to pre-crisis levels until Q4 of 2022. That's what our model suggests. If it were a worse scenario, such as B2, which would be a moderate health response but a poor economic response, we are talking about not recovering to pre-crisis levels of GDP until Q4 of 2024. So in other words, we're talking about a recovery that's going to take anywhere from 1 to 4 years, which is obviously a significant range, but also just gets at a little bit of the depth of the crisis here and what it means for the economy. It's quite severe, and in many ways more severe than anything we've seen in the past 50 or 60 years. Of course, one of the big factors here is what is going to happen with that health response and what will happen in the event that we see a second wave, which unfortunately it looks like that we are seeing now. As I mentioned, we prepared these materials and this thinking in June and July, and we hypothesized what would be necessary to prepare for a potential second wave. An important couple of points to make is just that minimizing the public health impacts and maintaining public confidence more generally will be really critical to ensuring a positive and effective economic response. Essentially, hopefully what happens is not that this second wave leads to, public confidence such that there is, a sense that people would rather not spend their money, if you will, and not continue consumption. And so that's something just to keep in mind as we go through this second wave and ensure that we come out stronger. One question that we've been asked quite a bit, if we can go to the next page, please, Keith, to page 9, is just around when do we think this crisis might end from a public health perspective. And so our firm has done a little bit of modeling around when do we think the quote unquote functional end of the pandemic might be. We've defined the functional end as the end or the cessation of significant ongoing public health measures because they're not needed anymore to, avoid future spikes in disease and mortality. So we looked at factors such as when a vaccine would be available in terms of approvals, its manufacturing, and its distribution. We've looked at what the uptake of the vaccine might look like, and as well as its efficacy. We've also looked at the efficacy of various therapeutics, which would help in treating the disease itself. Essentially, what you see here on this slide is a distribution curve of when we think the crisis might end in the U.S. And apologies for this being U.S.-centric, but I think we can extrapolate some of the same similar conclusions for Canada. Essentially, the highest probability it would be in Q3 or Q4 of 2021 as the quote-unquote functional end. Now, that doesn't mean that it will end then, right? It's just the functional end, and there is a distribution, as you can see, of including a long tail that it could actually extend further beyond that, depending on some of the variables that I talked about. Let me shift gears a little bit to talk about, in terms of the economic response, what some of the lessons are from other jurisdictions and from past crises around how best to respond to the economic crisis. So we looked at, as I said, from the past century, other deep and serious economic crises, but we've also looked at other jurisdictions and scanned what they're doing in this current crisis to respond, to understand practices. I always caution around saying best practices, especially when we're talking about this current crisis, given that things are moving so slowly and we don't necessarily have a ton of evidence yet of what's working. But nevertheless, a few lessons from past recessions and past crises that I want to highlight here. First is that human capital is truly a key and critical lever. Governments can help individuals by ensuring that they're quickly reskilled to fill jobs that remain open. This was a particular dynamic that we saw after the financial crisis, where despite the huge job losses, there remained any number of job openings that remained unfilled because individuals didn't necessarily have the right skills, or employers weren't hiring, weren't able to find the right people for those openings. So thinking about how to connect people to those job openings, whether it's reskilling them or connecting appropriately skilled people to those job openings, is key. Second point, which is perhaps a little bit obvious but bears emphasizing, is that vulnerable populations are often the most negatively impacted. So what we saw, for example, after every single recession, but particularly the 2008 crisis, was that lower paid, less educated workers were the hardest hit. And by the way, it wasn't just in terms of the depth, it was also in terms of the length of the recovery. That, of course, is not just an economic problem, it's a public health problem. It has many different facets to it. And so focusing on vulnerable populations is always a wise decision. On the business side of things, we did extensive research around what kind of companies recovered best. And we thought that this was helpful just as leaders to be aware of how business CEOs and other business leaders, private sector leaders, might be thinking about how they might be responding. What was interesting in our research was that companies that made the most aggressive strategic moves after the last financial crisis tended to be the most resilient in downturns. So, the ones that not just cut costs, but frankly were most aggressive in investing to grow, those that went on more aggressive M&A initiatives, those were the ones that actually did better at the end of the crisis. Now, that tends to be focused on larger companies. Small and medium-sized companies, of course, are different and unique in their own needs, and they deserve special focus. In Canada, for example, SMEs collectively employ 10 million people. and 1/3 of jobs, fully 1/3 of jobs at risk from the pandemic are jobs in small and medium-sized enterprises. From a government perspective, obviously, this is a multifaceted challenge. It's not just about a health crisis. It's not just about an economic crisis. But for governments, it's also a budget crisis, right? Tax levels have gone down. So being very careful about prioritizing scarce resources, of course, is really key. That is true both of government and for private sector players. The challenge, of course, is always what do you invest in, particularly from a stimulus perspective, as governments roll out more and more stimulus programs. The question is what can you invest in right away? And shovel-ready projects, while we like to talk about them, tend to be quite scarce and therefore are precious. So getting ready those shovel-ready projects is really, really key. The last bucket of things just to note is just around how are pre-existing trends, if you will, that were affecting the economy prior to the crisis. It's interesting to see that in prior crisis, those pre-existing trends actually tended to be accelerated and not necessarily stalled. And we're seeing that with COVID-19 as many companies, for example, accelerate their own digital agendas. So many companies are accelerating their automation, their digitization, and their move towards, a higher productivity means of production. So that is just something to keep in mind as you think about, the multiple effects of not just the crisis, but also pre-existing trends that are likely to affect employment. Another piece of the puzzle is just to say that, many governments in the last crisis were content with what I might call a one and done kind of approach to stimulus and to their economic response. It's really important to think about a economic crisis not as kind of a monolithic thing, but also its own having its own dynamic elements to it, and therefore, thinking about a rolling response is key. I would also note that thinking about the process of how to think about any sort of response is key. So engaging stakeholders, critical stakeholders, and engaging communities is really important as you think about what your response is. And then finally, the last point I would just say is thinking about reimagining what the economy can look like after a crisis is really important, as opposed to just how do we get it back to what it was before. Now is a real opportunity to what we would call reimagine the economy. So what does that mean for governments going forward? We think that there are a number of basic requirements that governments are going to have to meet in order to remain competitive. And we think of this from the perspective of regional economy. So think of the greater Vancouver economy. First and foremost, we think that one of the big trends is and necessities is going to be creating opportunity for all. So really having a broad and inclusive economic recovery is going to be necessary, particularly to address some of the lessons I just talked about on the previous slide. Second, having an even stronger public health infrastructure coming out of this crisis is going to be key. It's all about restoring confidence so that people come back onto the streets, back into stores, go back to work, and start spending money again. Third, kind of table stakes here, if you will, is around widespread and dependable broadband. I think what we've learned in this crisis is the accentuation of the digital divide and how uninclusive and economic impact can be because of the lack of basic economic infrastructure like broadband today. Finally, thinking about fiscal flexibility and making sure that not just looking at cost cutting, but what are other opportunities for asset monetization in order to fund any sort of new initiatives and programs to fuel the economic recovery. That is going to be key as well. And governments that are able to do that are going to be the ones that are able to get ahead.
Jonathan, it's Karen Levitt here. Just want to let you know you got about 5 minutes left. Thanks.
Well, I'll make it very quick. the next point I just wanted to make is beyond just kind of table stakes and what it'll take for economies to be competitive. There are a number of things that we think are going to distinguish certain economies, regional economies. One is just about having a highly productive workforce, and that means attracting companies who are on the bleeding edge because they know that you have a highly productive workforce. That means, in turn, having very effective workforce development and making sure that people and workers have the right skills. And then finally, being a hotbed of innovation is going to be key. It was after the last recession, and it will be even more so now as companies look to be highly innovative and try to move forward quickly. A few things that we would just note around what are open questions, things that we just don't know enough about, but I think you'll often read about and hear about. One is the future of cities. There have been many articles questioning whether cities are doomed because of the crisis. I think that that may be a little bit overstated, or at least we don't know enough yet. Reshoring is another interesting thread around, whether a lot of manufacturing is going to come back to North America. I think the answer is probably in some ways, but not as broadly as some might hope. And then finally, it's quite unclear how some sectors are going to be reimagining themselves, particularly if you think about tourism, hospitality, and travel. And that's going to be an imperative. I'll hand it over to my colleague, Keith, now, just to talk a little bit about what this means for Vancouver.
Thanks, John. So we looked across these things that we've seen happening in other jurisdictions and in past crises to see what might be most relevant to Vancouver, using three main criteria. So, what aligns with the city's strategic goals? What are the things that have particularly higher likely impact given Vancouver's own context? And what are the things that the City of Vancouver or the Vancouver Economic Commission would have the most significant ability to either implement themselves or influence? So, using the long-term goals and the City Council's priorities as a key factor there. We highlighted down a number of opportunities in key areas aligned to those long-term goals as part of a longer list we provided to staff. And just to highlight a few of these here, some examples from other places. First one there, PPE procurement. So in some areas we saw local governments and regional governments creating centralized PPE procurement, using their scale to be able to purchase at better prices and passing on the benefit to small and medium enterprises in particular. Missouri did that to some success. We've also seen efforts around domestic tourism. So, how do we, when people can't travel to more distant places or aren't comfortable doing so, how do we encourage, when it's safe, more local and regional travel to a given city? And things like education. So how do we upskill those target and vulnerable populations that may need additional assistance here? We saw some significant efforts in that in places like Colombia, Costa Rica, and a number of US states where they were partnering with private sector organizations like Coursera to provide specifically targeted training and development for those in those vulnerable populations. So what does all of this mean at the end? As we said at the beginning, this is first of all a humanitarian challenge, and we have to prioritize lives and health first. We also need to work on livelihoods and protecting livelihoods. The crisis has impacted people, organizations, and communities in Vancouver, including the City of Vancouver itself. I think the city and the VEC have already started significant work in terms of supporting economic recovery and increasing engagement with all parts of the community. We've seen, the public plazas, the patio programs, the online resource portal, and the property tax extensions. And incremental to those, there are further opportunities that we've highlighted to staff Based on those learnings from other places, many things are direct that city or VEC could do themselves, and other things are about using the power of advocacy and convening to bring others together who have the power to act. This is a rapidly evolving situation. There's many unknowns. We've seen it even evolving here in the last few days. But the city and the broader organization can play a key role as thought leaders to help the rest of the city, its communities and its businesses and its social organizations guide that economic and business revitalization and reimagining. So with that, I'll pass it back to Karen.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. And I am going to take over the screen now to share a bit of a PowerPoint with you. I just want to say that work, thank you very much, Keith and John. It's interesting looking back at it from a November 2020 perspective. When we were working on this back in midsummer, a lot of it was not at all obvious. A lot of it now seems very obvious as we listen to it. So just want to put that in perspective. What I'm going to share with you here is a very quick overview of what staff has been busy doing on the economic and community recovery program for COVID. This is a much longer PowerPoint that I'm going to share with you today, and I'll explain what parts I'm going to talk to you about, what parts I'm going to leave to you, Council, and the public to look at your own discretion. I'm going to talk a little bit about the response and recovery program staff's been running since, I guess, March. The Council Committee on COVID Recovery that was run through the summer. The key recovery initiatives staff and council have implemented to date, and then some next steps. And then in the appendix, you're going to have a whole bunch of detail on the recovery initiatives implemented to date. So to start with COVID, I don't need to tell you what it's done to our communities and our economies. There's just a few statistics that focus on economic impacts, increased unemployment, decreased jobs, decrease in regional GDP, lost income for various groups, and very worryingly, a very large increase in hate crimes and racially motivated crimes, and specifically anti-Asian hate crimes. In terms of our response and recovery programs, we really have 4 pillars of work underway. We have our response, which is has been largely run out of our Emergency Operations Center. It's now been ported a lot into our departments, but that's our ongoing emergency response work. We have our economic, community, and recovery work, our restarting our own operations, which is largely done now, but was a very big piece of work through the last few months. And then what we're calling our Rethink Rebuild program to look at efficiencies and effectiveness and things we have learned through the pandemic that we can bring into our services and programs going forward. So the latter 3 comprise our recovery program with response ongoing. So just a couple of thoughts on our response program. There's an awful lot we could say about that, and Council's been briefed all through the summer and into the fall on this work. But this just shows you our Emergency Operations Center activations, which went up to a level 1 for a few days in March, and then quickly jumped up to skipped 2 altogether and went to a level 3 activation, which is the highest level activation our Emergency Operations Center can have. Toward the end of the summer, dropped back down to level 1, and then now has jumped back up to level 2. So at the peak, when we were at level 3, we had 150 staff deployed to emergency response work, dropped back down to a monitoring function through the late summer into the fall. And now since about the early October, we're back on level 2 and actually still dedicating an awful lot of effort and time and staff resources to community emergency response. What that looks like for our organization and getting all the rest of our work done is as we contend with the second wave and the winter season coming in, we obviously continue to see an increase in cases, and we have changing weather, which means that there's more difficulty for those who are experiencing homelessness on top of that with the pandemic threat. And then we have a very significant demand for our emergency response services. And so we are constantly continuing to prioritize our city resources in the face of what the community needs and all the other normal operations that we've ramped back up as the first wave receded. And we have continued financial uncertainty regarding our budget and the budget constraints that have been fallen out of the pandemic. So this all creates sort of a recipe for a very significant workload, the pandemic response, and the work that we're doing on top of that. Shifting gears now to the recovery program, the economic and community recovery. So this program we set up, I'm going to say in early summer, and the idea was to develop a program of focused work components to support and accelerate our local business and community recovery. This originally said following the COVID crisis, but in reality, we're doing it during the COVID crisis as well. So we've added that word to that little statement. And the way we're doing that is 4 different streams of work. I just want to start by saying that it's notable that the city's existing programs and services, just what we do day to day as a municipal government, our libraries, our community centers, our public safety services, our grants to social and cultural organizations, those are all very substantially supporting business and community recovery before we even turn our attention to any specialized purpose-built programs. And of course, some of that work in box 1 was compromised while we couldn't operate in our normal ways during the beginnings of COVID. And in some ways, we still are having to deliver those services in different ways than we otherwise would be, minus the pandemic. The second way we are supporting business and economic recovery is pivoting a lot of the work that we do toward recovery. So not business as usual. As council knows, we've pivoted our permit processing online in a very quick period of time, and are having great success in doing that. Our digital open houses for rezonings, a lot of the Vancouver plan work moving to address COVID recovery. Then we have about 70 new initiatives that have been implemented specific to recovery, to pandemic recovery. A couple of notable examples is the temporary expedited patio program and the Making Streets for People program, plus 68 more. And then we also have developed as staff a list of about 120 other initiatives that we possibly could implement. Of course, the question would be, do they align with council priorities? What kind of impact do we anticipate them to have? Do we have, very importantly, the resourcing to implement them? And that's probably the most important rate limiting factor right now, both in terms of money and staff resources, alignment with what we're already doing, and alignment with our own municipal mandate. The work we're doing in the recovery program, we set up at the outset these key assumptions. I'm not going to go over them in detail, just to say that we're working very heavily with our partners on community recovery. That's the local First Nations, Vancouver Coastal Health, BC Housing, School Board, and so on. You can see them listed there. We have some power to substantially influence the economy, but the big levers belong to the senior governments in terms of tax and funding programs and things like that. So we're doing what we can and what we should be doing, but just to note, it's not by any stretch all in our hands. What is in our hands and what we're taking very seriously is using this opportunity to make it easier to do business in Vancouver. And that has to do largely with our own regulation, services, policies, and processes, which we're hard at work looking at and refining. And then finally, the very important advocacy role, which at times can go a little bit unrecognized, that in and along everything we're delivering and doing ourselves, we also need to work to advocate to the provincial and federal governments, both on behalf of our business and community stakeholders, and as well on behalf of ourselves for things like helping us with all the struggles we've had through the pandemic as a local government. So to do this work, we did a lot of stakeholder engagement, and I'll just really quickly go through some of the key channels we've used. Vancouver Plan channel, our Talk Vancouver channel, we did some specific surveys around COVID, Shape Your City surveys. The Vancouver Economic Commission has sat at many sectoral tables and task forces concerning economic recovery. We had the council report of the COVID Recovery Committee, and I'm going to talk in a couple of minutes a little more about that. We had the consultation we did through our budget, our coming year budget process, which is relevant to some of our recovery work. And then finally, we held a pretty extensive Council of Councils with all of Council's advisory committees at the end of September and got some really good input and feedback then. In terms of our messaging to the public, we started with this early in the summer: Stay Strong, Stay Local, Restart Smart Vancouver. We are now starting to replace that with this, which is Moving Forward Vancouver, which is really the recovery brand, moving away from the Smart Restart and more toward how we're going to move forward together and with recovery. So a few words on the CCRC, the Council Committee on COVID Recovery, initiated back in May, which feels about 2 lifetimes ago. This was a committee of the whole of council that heard from about 25 experts and stakeholders on selected themes, and culminated in about 150 speakers' recommendations, with 40 identified as top priority by the CCRC. here were the 5 themes that the CCRC focused on, having identified a number more that there just wasn't time to also explore. And the direction we got from this council committee was to incorporate those 40 or so priority recommendations immediately into the work that we were doing on recovery, and to also give those consideration in the 2021 budget. And what you're going to see when you look at this PowerPoint on your own, it's not the part I'm going to get to today, is every one of the many initiatives that we've undertaken so far, we've noted with this little seal if it has a CCRC intersect, and most of them do, as you'll see in a minute. The other part of the instructions back to council were to evaluate the CCRC findings and integrate into our work as appropriate, and pursue the following further questions that CCRC could not get to, which has to do with increasing resiliency citywide, advancing our goals of service excellence, and taking what we've learned through the pandemic and applying it into the future as to how we operate as a very large organization. And finally, explore with council opportunities to bring more experts to council to speak on various topics. So in terms of what we've done so far, we have invested about $13 million in COVID response since March, and about $21 million in community and economic recovery. Now, it's really important to note, excuse me, it's really important to note that this is reallocated and external funding. We, as council knows, with our cutback revenues and implications of the pandemic, we've been very short on money through 2020, and so these funds are not net new. Just important to also note that there's a fair bit of confusion between these two terms, response and recovery. So we've come up with some sort of systematic way of defining the two. Response being actions to address the acute issues, risks, and immediate impacts of COVID. That's kind of the emergency stuff. And then recovery is more of the longer term, supporting, accelerating local business and community recovery to regain or rebuild what has been lost or disrupted by the pandemic. And there are a number of things that just fall in kind of the gray zone between these two. It's not that important to so clearly differentiate, but just to say that the city has made a very significant investment in both response and recovery. So in terms of initiatives to date, because of time, I'm not going to be able to share all these with you in detail. You do have in the appendix of this report detail on every one of these. There's about 30 initiatives, and actually under some of these, there's even more. And I've just divided them up into, or categorized them according to council's priorities. So you can see scanning in what we've done in terms of our core services, affordability and housing, a whole lot of work on protecting and supporting our local economy, a whole lot of work on equity and social issues, and work on climate change. Now, this is just all work relating to business and community recovery. I'm not going to go through this list, but you can see it's a really full list with council's done a whole lot to support our business out there with recovery. And just circling back for a minute to the Council COVID Recovery Committee, it's important to note that over 90% or about 90% of the initiatives the city has implemented to date are aligned with the recommendations council heard from those presenters to the CCRC. So there's very good alignment there. Just in terms of next steps, just a couple last slides. I think the first thing to say about next steps is everything we're doing has a pandemic lens on it right now. And so whether it's called a recovery initiative or it's a specific net new thing or it's something we've been doing for years, we're just thinking about COVID as we do everything right now and supporting our residents and our businesses in recovering from the pandemic. In terms of what we're doing next, so this is the update today. In January, we're going to bring a report back on the CCRC, the Council COVID Recovery Committee back to council. In Q1 as well, we will bring a final report of the COVID-19 recovery program, the work I'm sharing with you today, to council. And of course, that's not to say that our work will end in Q1. I think it's fair to say there'll be recovery work going on for many months, if not years to come of our lives. And we will continue to bring work to council, one-off recovery initiatives or through regular work streams that we're reporting back to council anyway, and we'll just highlight where that COVID recovery efforts are taking place. And then, of course, in addition to that, we'll just keep implementing and continuing with those COVID recovery initiatives that are already underway, which you'll be able to see in this appendix of this PowerPoint. And with that, I will stop here and invite council to ask questions of me, of the other members of the recovery program team who are on at council today, and or Keith and John from McKinsey. Thank you very much.
Mayor Stewart, are you on the line?
Sorry, just having trouble with my mute button there. Thank you very much for your the presentation. And I'm going to go to council now. We have 3 councillors on the queue so far for questions. Councillor Hardwick, up to 5 minutes. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. I'd like to start my questions with the McKinsey folks. I survived several of the downturns that you described. I survived the dot-com crash and the Great Recession. We didn't really deal with Hurricane Katrina here, but I think everybody agrees that this is as severe a thing as we've seen in our lifetimes, and we are not through the thick of it yet. Much of what you described, though, is in a broad sense. I was relieved when I saw Karen Levitt's slide of the city of Vancouver, because it brought home the fact that we are very specifically dealing with the challenges to a local government within our boundaries. Yes, we have a role to play within the regional economy, but we are really focused on what happens on our dirt. So could you comment more specifically about how you see local government responding with very much a land-based lens and what happens within our boundaries, certainly taking into consider the larger context that you described?
This is John. I'm happy to start and welcome Keith to pile on here. And I appreciate the question, Councillor. I think that what we're seeing in terms of what local governments are doing is actually very similar to everything that you all are doing and what Karen noted. I think a couple of thoughts and themes here. I think one aspect, of course, is using your regulatory powers to do everything to support businesses and employers, right, to speed their recovery in any which way that they can. Whether that makes it, easier from a licensing and or inspections perspective and the like, which I know that you all are doing. That obviously is a key thing. But thinking about even beyond the immediate response, what does that mean longer term, and how do you actually promote that as a normal way of doing business, if that makes sense, right? And thinking about not, a lot of places are saying to themselves, hey, we're doing this now, but why can't we make this actually a more permanent way of doing business? Let me give you an example. In New York
I have
City,
limited time. Unless we're going to have another round of questions.
Apologies. Let me go quickly then. Another thing that many jurisdictions are doing is actually looking around, as you talked about the land-based piece, their own land holdings and seeing what they can do with that, including selling it in order to free up some fiscal flexibility, right? And so that's another one that I'd give you as an example. I don't know if Keith has any, but otherwise I'll keep my comments short.
I've only got 2 minutes left. I want to go back to the nature of our economy, which we're a port city that was built off a resource-based economy that has shifted to a large dependence on real estate construction and property development over the last number of decades. You're talking about diversification into fields like film and television and technology that are in my personal space, but those sectors are largely dependent on the U.S., on being backlots or back offices to U.S. industries. What suggestions do you have for us in terms of diversifying our own local economy that is not as volatile like tourism, for example?
Yeah, so I do think that actually when you're talking about something like tech, actually, yes, you may start off as being an outlet for talent, if you will, for the U.S., but actually getting that flywheel going is really important. So to the extent that you have more talent in the tech space, oftentimes what you see in many different places is that talent starts off at large companies, but then a lot of folks spin off and start their own startups. So I think it's actually important to think about the entrepreneurial ecosystem and thinking about how do you actually advance and mature some of the new sectors so that they stand on their own and it's mutually reinforcing and getting that flywheel going.
So then focusing on entrepreneurship, the creation of new goods, services, or experiences.
Correct. Yes.
I take your point in that, but I also come back to the fact that we're 115 square kilometers between two boundaries, and we have limited ability to be able to do that. I'll just hopefully be able to ask another round of questions because I think there's a lot more that we need to be discussing here in terms of nuts and bolts, again, of what the city can do. Thank you.
Councillor Kirby-Yung, up to 5 minutes.
Yeah, thank you. My questions are to the first presenters on the first report, and I was looking at slide 15, where you had talked about the future of cities. And I think the follow-up question I have is really whether you think this is not it's incumbent at this point on cities to pause and think about how the urban center is going to evolve and what that's going to look like, whether that's from a planning, land use, mobility, transportation point of view. Do you have comments on that in terms of philosophically how cities should approach that, as opposed to the traditional model of having a dense urban downtown core and then sort of progressively sometimes less populated neighborhoods?
Yeah, I think that it's going to be a work in progress. I think we have limited information and understanding of, in particular, how businesses are going to respond. I think what you're seeing is a mixed response. Is that as it relates to, for example, office buildings, corporate real estate, large employers and what they're doing. I think there's real benefit, and many companies are seeing this, particularly with their younger workers, that people do like being in offices, right? People do like being in denser areas. But at the same time, I do think that the remote working piece is going to probably be a part of the puzzle going forward. So the interesting question is, how does that shake out in terms of, do you need more space or less space? And there are lots of different, I would say, confluence of different, and opposing factors in terms of what downtown cores are going to look like. Suffice to say that if I were betting that, I would think that downtown cores are going to remain important in some way, shape, or form.
Okay, but you might see a change in pattern, for example, not the same rush hours, the same type of people traveling in and out.
Correct. And if you have staggered remote working and the like, it may change specific kind of patterns that we saw pre-crisis.
Okay, that's great.
Also change some of the patterns for the non-downtown areas as you see changes in those patterns, people going in and out of downtown. That has knock-on implications for the other centers around the city and what people are looking for and expecting in their residential areas too.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. I appreciate that. So another question, and it was related to the same presentation. It was on the summary takeaways on slide 22, and that was really around what levers the city has, and they'd welcome either potentially the EC or Ms. Levitt to respond here. And there's a reference to things like extension of existing business permits. Can you expand on that? Provide some more color on what you mean by that?
Through the chair, are you asking specifically about that extension to business permits?
Yes.
Okay, I'd have to take a look at that. Sorry, it'll take me a minute too. What slide was it on?
22 of the first presentation.
Yeah.
And while you're doing that, maybe I can ask another question to keep for time. And that's really around the online permitting in terms of moving to digital. I wonder if we can just get a bit of a high-level version input, and I'm happy to get more information back on where we are in trying to expedite that turnaround time. We talked about having potentially, can we have a regular update to council? Can we, what's the metric of how long a permit takes now versus the target timeline? Because I still hear this consistently, that the permitting process takes too long, and that time is money for businesses in terms of their ability to survive through the initial costs that they have to cover before they open, or if they're applying for change of use. Any comments on that?
Thank you. So on to your first question on slide 22, I'm going to ask one of the McKinsey representatives to explain what the reference to extension of existing business permits meant on this slide.
Yeah, so that's an example of something that has happened in some other municipalities around the world. I think in Naperville in the US, they temporarily lifted renewal requirements for businesses, for business licenses, where they were due to renew during a particularly tough time in the pandemic to allow more time to pass, not to remove business licensing requirements, but more to extend renewal periods like that to create some flexibility.
Thanks for that. So I'd like to ask Jesse Adcock, who I see on the line, who can respond actually to both your questions. Jesse, if you can maybe talk about the business license fees and the business permit question.
20 seconds.
Sure. I'll start with the business permit or the permitting question. So we have now initiated sort of a mapping program that's going to help us understand what the end-to-end process is for us to, and the target is absolutely to move all of that online. That is a multi-step process. And I'd be happy to sort of bring the process deconstructed back for an update. I'm cognizant of 20 seconds. So
that's
bring an update on that.
Thanks. We're at the 5 minutes. Council, we're at 25 after 3. We have a 3:30 hard stop. We could extend for 5 or 10 minutes, but the clerks need time to just rejuggle to get the next session going at 4. So obviously we'll have to come back to this item, but I suggest we perhaps just take we either stop now or we take 1 or 2 more questions. We'd have to extend though to do that.
I'm fine with coming back to this, Mr. Mayor, and I move to when would the time be that we would recess and continue the debate on Thursday? Is that right?
Clerks, it's Thursday at 3, right?
Yes, Stuart? Yes, that will be correct.
Great. Okay.
Mayor Stewart, Karen Levitt here. Just to point out that we don't have McKinsey booked for Thursday, so this is probably council's opportunity to access them if you have any more questions for them today.
Yeah, and maximum of 14 minutes. So if anybody, perhaps if we, Councillor, I just see Councillor Dominato on the list. Did you have any questions for McKinsey?
I did, and I can be brief with my questions.
Okay, let's go for that then. Go ahead.
Okay. Yes, 2 questions. I just wanted to follow up on, I had the slide up for a moment there. You talked about remote working and that we really don't have a full sense of what that's going to look like, and that there's still an appetite for businesses to have head offices and have people meeting. I'm just curious what your thoughts are on, we have a proposal before us to have the city engage more actively in developing toolkits and other supports for small businesses to help them encourage remote working, in fact, and move away from head offices. And I'm just curious about what your perspective is on that from an economic standpoint, because it came as a surprise to me. It almost sort of signaled we're not open for business. And I'm just wondering what your thoughts are on that.
Sure. Can I clarify? It's signaling that the small businesses are not open for business, or?
No, what it is a proposal for our staff to develop a toolkit for the private sector around remote working and encouraging remote working, which to me then suggests that we're not wanting to have people work in our downtown core.
Got it.
So I'm curious about that perspective, because it surprised me to see sort of that be a city-led initiative.
I see. I think it's a combination of things. I think that, listen, some sectors have realized that they can do a lot of their work remotely, and so they're, for cost reasons, they're probably going to shift that way. Other sectors realize their people want it, but I think more broadly, I think there is more of a sense of choice that workers and employees are looking for. So it's not necessarily an all or nothing around 5 days a week fully remote or 5 days a week fully in the office or at place of work. So it's probably going to be much more of a blended future. Is I think, again, all this is a little bit speculative as we see how all this kind of evolves. But I think that the current perspective is a little bit around a blended future for us.
Okay. I appreciate it. And I have one second question, last question.
Just have 1 minute left. That's the.
And it's around your slide about learnings, and it talked about prioritizing lives and livelihoods as well as accelerating business recovery. And just what your perspective is on, in light of, you said 1 to 4 years for COVID recovery, of at this time, and if we're thinking about livelihoods, adding additional costs to people's livelihoods and to their day-to-day living. Does that make sense?
Absolutely. I mean, I think looking at the household as a whole, right? It's not just about, obviously income is so important, but also thinking about the additional costs and how do you think about that as a whole. listen, I think from an income perspective, it's obviously really important beyond just the direct financial benefits. It's also about the sense of dignity and their own personal mental health and other factors. But yes, looking at the full income statement, if you will, of a household is key.
Okay, thank you. I think
Thanks
that's my
so
time.
much. Yeah, that's right. So I just need a motion to recess until Thursday.
Mr. Mayor, sorry. I was going to do that motion, but then I was on that list before Councilor Dominato, and I wasn't informed that I would only have this time to ask the Mr. Law,
Motion
for example.
to extend then for 10 minutes?
I don't need 10. Okay, fine.
Okay, motion to extend. That's all we have is 10 minutes at the max. So motion to extend for 10 minutes.
I'd move to extend. Mr.
Okay,
Mayor.
thanks. Second.
Second, Kirby, yeah.
Okay, all in favor, yay.
Yay.
Opposed, nay. Thanks. Okay, Councillor Carr, go ahead, up to 5
Great.
minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Law. I'm interested in the statement that you made about what aligns with our strategic goals, especially and also linked with job training. So I'm interested in something that you didn't really talk about. The city is very aligned on our goals of green, just recovery, and many jurisdictions, including senior governments, are talking about retrofit programs, training youth, training unemployed people in doing the retrofits. What is the intelligence you have around those kinds of ideas being pursued?
Yeah, many places are looking for that. And I apologize, we did have a slide around thinking about moving towards a zero, and accelerating a zero carbon transition, but for time I had to just skip it. But certainly many jurisdictions, I would say, are looking at what I might call a multi-outcome sort of recovery and set of interventions. So it's not just about getting people back to work, but it's also thinking about how do we achieve other goals. Those other goals, to your point, are around kind of a green recovery, right? And making sure that we come out more conscious and friendly to the environment and conscious of climate change. Another kind of objective function, by the way, is also, how do we think about, reducing inequality? Another one is thinking about how do we actually think about creating more companies and having that entrepreneurial flywheel going, right? So absolutely thinking about retrofits, thinking about, particularly as you think about stimulus programs, and understanding, obviously, you are so dependent upon other jurisdictions for funding and the like, but thinking about public transportation, for example, right, and the like. But even bring it down to the city level, thinking about how do you actually even do minor things like roads projects that you think about the balance between roads and cars and bikes and the like. So definitely thinking about multiple objectives and how do you actually spend money wisely so that it's not just about achieving an economic recovery, which of course is so important, but also other objectives that you may have.
Right. Okay, awesome. Thank you. And one last question. Could you give me some good concrete examples of asset monetization that funds new initiatives and programs in recovery?
Yes, definitely. So it's very dependent on different jurisdictions and what kind of assets they may actually have on their balance sheet. So we work with different jurisdictions where, for example, they have high, what would otherwise be kind of Class A office buildings, but are not fully utilized, for example, right? And you could either rent it out or sell it, right? To tenants who would pay more and move those operations elsewhere because there's no need for them to be in kind of high traffic areas, for example, right? That's one example. Another example is some operations that are legacy operations where, I'll give one example is a halfway house that happens to be on really, really prime real estate, right? So, and again, it doesn't need to be there anymore. It wasn't, initially when it first was built, very valuable land, but now is. And so reviewing that. Another one is looking at air rights, right? And thinking about various air rights and whether upzoning and selling some of those air rights could be done. So anyway, there are a lot of different kind of opportunities. merchandising and selling ad space in different areas, right? Those are all assets around what government has in terms of using its space, using what it owns in ways that can bring in more revenue.
Thank you. Great.
Thanks. Councillor Weeb, you'll have just 5 minutes.
Okay, I just have one question. You talked about inclusive growth, which I was really interested in as part of going through an equity lens. What initiative and programs do you see could work for the City of Vancouver?
It's a good question, and I think in some ways you are highly hampered by the levers that you have to pull, right? But I think and so I'm going to give some examples that probably would require some coordination with other levels of government, and including funding and or working with the nonprofit and social sector, right? So a key one, for example, and government has the power to convene, for example, which is highly powerful. Let me give you one example that is a common one for inclusive growth, is focused on reskilling and upskilling, right? And for particularly lower income folks, really trying to mine their skills, especially if they have been laid off or are unemployed now, and thinking about what are jobs that they can enter into that will get them on a better pathway, right? That has higher income and better job prospects. So that is one from the inclusive growth perspective. Another one is focusing whatever initiative you have. It doesn't matter what kind of initiatives they are, with particular outreach to vulnerable populations and to populations that have been historically underserved, right? And really making that concrete outreach open to all, but perhaps with an extra focus on the outreach and access to those populations. That's another way to have that kind of inclusive growth.
Perfect. Thank you very much. That's all my questions.
Thank you. Okay, Council, that's it for this speakers list. Just to remind you, there's no decisions on this. Staff will be coming back a couple of times on it. So there is an opportunity to email questions to staff. Since there's no other councillors on the queue for questions on this item, if we agree that we're done with questions, then when we come back on Thursday, we can go right to the climate action plan speakers right at 3 p.m. So that's what I'm hoping for, unless I hear any objections.
Move to recess and do exactly what you just suggested.
Okay, thanks. We have a seconder then?
Second.
Second, Councillor Dominato.
Thanks. All in favor, yay?
Yay.
Yay.
Opposed, nay?
Yay.
Great. Okay, thanks. That's passed. So clerks, we've got instructions there. And okay, Council, we're recessed, and the clerks are now going to set up for the next meeting. Okay, thanks very much for all that, and thank you again to the presenters and, of course, staff for all their hard work.
Mr. Mayor, do we sign out of this meeting and sign into the next?
I'm not sure. Clerks? I think so. I'm not sure.
Council, you have a separate WebEx for the quarter revision.
Thank you.